Pockets of white supremacists, these nemesis is Methodist vicious. We talking about permission, equal position. Your files get a couple blister. What if we stick this in prosecuting and speaking out of faith? Super consciousness, our warriors are virtual barbarities. We don't forget, expect this wasn't no one to protect us. Come together, rise a legion, intellect, unite, connect us. We will make a presence, then we got future of megaphones. Let's cure and death inconveniently like it's pregnant. Over building on the north, escaping doing this pain, where we hit. Like slithering, swinging them lizards by the tail, injecting them the reason. The sequel's catatonic vestige. And the message is encapsulated in the backtrack. The graphic technology talking about and I'm the type of person never hide that. Destruction of Chris Cap, put away the sounds after we lift the vigilante hands, thinking up the anti-truth sense. Scripting from each of them who embrace the panties, epilepsy, validation, flow from invention. Tension, resilience, Tunisians, even Malaysians. We pull out just to see who we can be. What's going on?
Round two, back again, another global movement, which I just think that in itself is just, that speaks in volumes, and that shows that people can get together. Even if it is a trending thing or a social media thing or whatever it is, it's happening.
Just get it started, kiss the daily departed. I'm about to leave a mark on this earth that won't be forgotten. I'm with my people, I'm taking action, I'm finished talking. I grit my teeth and I hit these streets and I get the marching. Yeah, hold up, wait a minute. How can you stand up for what you believe in? If you sitting, you gotta get up and get the going and get up in it. Cause once we have risen out of this prison, then there is no limits. Yeah, ain't the time for us to lay down big dreams. This ain't the Ides of March, this is J-Town 15. Yeah, it's a sick scheme, but we bout to power through it. All you gotta do is show up, don't worry about how you do it. And this music is to help grow seeds underneath us. No one can do it alone, each one is needed. With every revolutionary, we've come to beat them. And we do this all for you, peace, love, and freedom. Rise up, all my people, are you with me now? Rise up, all my brothers and my sisters now. Rise up, cause we all in this together now. Rise up, everybody around the world. Rise up, this is power to the people now. Rise up, and we calling all warriors. Rise up, cause we all in this together now. Rise up, everybody around the world.
Rise up, that spirit moving inside us. Hold strong when the COINTELPRO try to divide us with their left, right, black and white mass media hype. Meanwhile, they be keeping real issues out of sight, like the poison in our water, soil, sky, seeds, food. The daily assault upon me, her, him, you. The endless supply of lies and chemical-filled skies. We confront them with truth. They try and brush us aside, but we ain't budging. Me, Diesel, and Steve Grant, plus IDD and family. We truth hop champs, uplifting our fam, taking a strong stand, putting in the work. The situation demands. Got our hands in the dirt and our eyes on the target. You could say we pulling weeds from the garden. Standing with my brothers cause our mothers getting raped. Time to put the violators in their place.
Rise up, all my people, are you with me now? Rise up, all my brothers and my sisters now. Rise up, cause we all in this together now. Rise up, everybody around the world. Rise up, this is power to the people now. Rise up, and we call it all warriors. Rise up, cause we all in this together now.
rose up, but God within the phoenix. I forgot about my freedom when the demons took Eden, and now I'm back, tried out, no doubt. Make it a mission to maximize my vision in the name of ascension. To spreading riches like we're children frolicking under the sun. When the journey is done, reminisce on order to find. Let my soul into a body that didn't cooperate. So I exited the matrix and rewired my fate. They said it couldn't be done, tried to hit me with curses. I'm a hippie gypsy wizard with a lyrical purpose. People hurting, people poverty stricken. They steady looking to a system that killed everyone off. Like we were victims here at crickets, like David Wilcock. Get the beginning of his journey, now you're learning and yearning for all his wisdom. Find your name is just a number. You live in a box, you best to turn a cold shoulder, my soldier, and rise up.
Rise up, all my people, are you with me now? Rise up, all my brothers and my sisters now. Rise up, cause we all in this together now. Rise up, everybody around the world. Rise up, this is power to the people now. Rise up, and we calling all warriors. Rise up, cause we all in this together now. Rise up, everybody around the world.
Rise up on the mic and we rising up for the fight. Cause the time and the place is right. It's like lightning the way we strike. Hit them quick and fast. Listen as the microphone gets ripped in half. This the type of track to get you hyping up to kick some ass. Keep it peaceful though. Steve Grant and Diesel flow for the people, and we planting mental seeds so we can grow as a species of earthlings on this planet. The first things understand that we share this world we inhabit. We are not alone. The planet don't belong to us. What the heck is wrong with us? Everything will be gone because of us. If we don't change the way we live, if you say that you don't give a damn, then maybe you should think about the future generations. Yeah, the babies and the kids who will learn from our actions in the way that we get big. Rise up, all for one and one for all. We changing the way we live because we trying to evolve.
Rise up, all my people, are you with me now? Rise up, all my brothers and my sisters now. Rise up, cause we all in this together now. Rise up, everybody around the world. Rise up, this is power to the people now. Rise up, and we calling all warriors. Rise up, cause we all in this together now. Rise up, everybody around the world. Rise up.
Rise, you better rise up. Rise, you better rise up. Rise, you better rise up. All my brothers and my sisters, we gon' rise up.
extreme fitness. Connection, keep the ping time, healthy quickness. Is it a wonder that the hackers of the world making front page news across the globe with all the exploits? And they try to lock us up by the truckload. Fuck no, bringing all the truth to the front door. Casuals in the crosshairs, in a safe place on my internet, they can call theirs. Got a nerd in every day, send a bump in my tunes on the speakers behind knock floors, locked doors. TTO in his Tesla, press the repeat button cause he need a bang and a swing too. They dib in the shed with a can of cold red, trying to write his last line to the same tune. Come and find me, still a soldier in this internet game, stay grimy. Keep the army behind me, blind super light on my drive with a line beat. Hackers on the net define me, he's on a quest to chill-9 me. White hat warriors choreograph their blast to match my black hat psyche. Hacker music, man I code these flows so crews can abuse it. Hacker music, playlist for that late night make the new shit. Hacker music, man I code these flows so crews can abuse it. Hacker music, playlist for that late night make the new shit. New chauffeurs and them Snowden, stream UTF-8 ain't coding. All the states sponsor hacking with the backing of an agency. Man we playing in the major leagues. Candidates in elections risk that infection from anyone who got the source code of the next gen. Hypervisor inception, cloudburst servers with that burst protection. Make flex arrest if they catch you home. Clocking in bitch like a metronome. You best bless your phone when that stay right on, cause there ain't no tenant when that thing stay on. My squad stay turned to the SDR with a replay attack the straight grease your car. We do it all, hardware, software, e-space, meat space, weaponize the work in a briefcase. Witness, database longer than a cam girl's wish list. Stop that business. Bitcoin in the treasure, keep crypto Christmas. Is it a wonder that the hackers of the world still banging my music when they penetrate the Gibson? Even haters recognize the Christian state of when I'm speaking this digital pimpin'. Hacker music, man I code these flows so crews can abuse it. Hacker music, playlist for that late night make the new shit. Hacker music, man I code these flows so crews can abuse it. Hacker music, playlist for that late night make the new shit.
From their depths, no longer will we allow them to control our lives and poison our planet with their greed and corruption. Manipulating us, pulling our strings behind the scenes as they built their criminal empire on the back of hardworking people like each of you. They seduced us with advertisements for a life we could never afford, poisoned our bodies with junk food, and distracted our minds with pointless entertainment, all the while happily lending us money to push us further into their debt.
Yeah. I can guarantee you that when I die, there ain't gonna be a clone. I'm the only real one when I'm in a zone. I know they wanna catch me when I'm all alone, and I'm cool with that. I'm used to having to hold my own. Yeah, the skills and the rhymes and the raps are built for combat. I'm here to take the children's minds back from the television and the villainous mind traps and the criminals and the military complex. Yeah, cause the TV got a mouth on it, so watch your kids when they get hit from the sound from it. And the internet when they're playing around on it. The technology is that they are surrounding us. Cybernetic tentacles, metal flesh, metallic tendrils, subliminal sexual messages sent through your mentals, experimental test tubes and genetic vessels. Yeah, they're looking down upon us from demonics. They want us traumatized from the drama. We not gon' stop, we ride like marauders. It's hard to find us, we camouflage in the collage of mirages. Robotic armored guards have come to bomb us. This goes beyond anonymous and as large as God is. We've got piranhas in our waters. Look at the corporate folk, they slide a bill under your nose without snorting coke. You think your shit won't sink because you float your votes? Well, bye-bye, motherfucker, row your boat. Yeah. Now when you listen, these psychopaths want us to bow when they sin. I'm loud when I'm spitting, my mouth is a weapon. So when I bust rounds, don't down when I'm ripping. I ain't a killer, but I murder the mainstream. Murder the mainstream. I ain't a killer, but I murder the mainstream. Murder the mainstream. I ain't a killer, but I murder the mainstream. Murder. This shit is too real, so fuck the circumstances. Motherfuckers wanna come and murk your families. Who give a damn till your blood is squirt on canvas? Don't trust the news for answers. Your loved ones getting crushed and hurt and damaged. Motherfuckers still jump in front of cameras. Busting guts, get the mustard murder sandwich. Cause if you white, you a problem. And if you black, you a target. And if you rap, you a monster. And if you speaking the facts, motherfuckers come catch you, you a martyr. In this game of chess, see there's rules. Look at the board, see the chess pieces move. Before they figure out what chess piece they use, you gotta figure out what chess piece are you. So don't be fooled by the mind control from Zionists generated by these cartels. They don't wanna separate us, they just wanna manipulate us into separating ourselves. It's a dark spell, and it can't be unspoken, it must be broken. All this gun control and all these puppet shows, man, I ain't trusting no one. Better duck, it comes another explosion. I ain't a killer,
but I murder the mainstream. Murder the mainstream.
I ain't a killer,
but I murder the mainstream. Murder the mainstream.
I ain't a killer,
but I murder the mainstream. Murder the mainstream.
I ain't a killer,
but I murder the mainstream. Murder the mainstream.
Now this may be irrelevant to you, but even the most intelligent of Jews will address the elephant that's in the room. Cause how much can a pelican consume? See, a Jew isn't a Zionist, but a Zionist could be a Jew. You see, they like to fuse the ideas of the two to confuse you and the minds of the Jews, so they fight for these ghouls. You should know by now I'm talking about the Rothschilds, and they're using Israel as a Rottweiler. These killers are cold, man, like some crocodile blood. They don't really give a damn or a fuck about us. Look at the guys that strip, they popping clips, taking shots at kids, dropping bombs and shit on a populace with rocks and sticks. They locked in a grid looking like a Nazi pit. From Al-Qaeda to ISIS, who you think's creating them, training them and paying them? You better check the nation that you stationed in, who sees making favors and see who donates to them. It's a big game, ain't it? Matter of fact, it's a big shame, ain't it? It's a situation they don't wanna have to play with, even when a kid is getting decapitated. Peace to Syria, the Middle East, American bloodbath has reached hysteria. We preach the barrier, we must act while the freedom of speech is still hearing us, and the media just keeps burying up facts. Over and over again, we've seen it before and we heard it's the same thing. That's why I say fuck this system, and let's murder the mainstream. I ain't a killer,
but I murder the mainstream. Murder the mainstream.
I ain't a killer,
but I murder the mainstream. Murder the mainstream.
I ain't a killer,
but I murder the mainstream. Murder the mainstream.
I ain't a killer,
but I murder the mainstream. Murder the mainstream.
In the evening, or is it morning?
Then I'll fry your ass like a piece of chicken.
Drive to the local
Stop. Out the sacred shop. It's a Merry Christmas if you can't get this. Smoking nutty and
They got $1 billion in the ceiling and $1 billion in the office, $1 billion in their bedroom, and it's locked in the closet. See, it ain't a problem to control who makes a profit when you're the ones cutting all the holes in our pockets. Got $1 billion in the ceiling and $1 billion in the office, billions in the bedroom, and it's locked in the closet. See, it ain't a problem to control who makes a profit when you're the ones cutting all the holes in our pockets. They spend $1 million just to eat, and it costs half for a seat, and they'll charge 50 grand an hour if you want them to speak. They got what you wish you had, but what they got in the bag ain't really worth nothing at all. But they got your mom and dad believing in the system and buying it all the time, and I feel bad for us all, cause it's really just a crime. See, JP Morgan Chase and the heads of some banks, they met down at Jekyll Island just to privatize the banks. They took control, the books are closed, we can't look, no one knows what they're doing, what they're making. They just say, hey, we're banking banksters and gangsters. That's what I'm yelling. They own your reality and control your salary. They got $1 billion in the ceiling and $1 billion in the office, $1 billion in their bedroom, and it's locked in the closet. See, it ain't a problem to control who makes a profit when you're the ones cutting all the holes in our pockets. They got $1 billion in the ceiling and $1 billion in the office, billions in the bedroom, and it's locked in the closet. See, it ain't a problem to control who makes a profit when you're the ones cutting all the holes in our pockets. I said the money is a weapon that funds a regression, and the laws are imposing that leaves a good person broken, left down on bended knees, stressed to begging to be free. It's worldwide, at a side, every town and overseas. Those who are owned by those who sit on a throne, and they build it all to watch it fall, just like Rome. And they know it and they feed it, so we'll read it and believe it. Them headlines full of doubt, so we'll bail them out. Yeah, the more they print, the less it's worth, but they won't ever feel the hurt. But I bet you do when you walk up to and have to pay the clerk. Yeah, they say they're saving the world and all these nations, but it's really all controlled to explode through inflation. They got $1 billion in the ceiling and $1 billion in the office, $1 billion in their bedroom, and it's locked in the closet. See, it ain't a problem to control who makes a profit when you're the ones cutting all the holes in our pockets. They got $1 billion in the ceiling and $1 billion in the office, billions in the bedroom, and it's locked in the closet. See, it ain't a problem to control who makes a profit when you're the ones cutting all the holes in our pockets. Yeah.
I kept dreaming of a world I thought I'd never see. one day,
Something happened. Something extraordinary.
I got in.
I hereby declare this to be an unlawful assembly. I order all those assembled to immediately disperse. You may be arrested and or subject to other police the use of riot control agents which could cause risk of injury to those who remain.
And we are live. Hello.
Greetings.
Welcome to Anonymous Bites Back, episode 21.
Number 21, that's right.
Oh my
It's adding up.
It is. Let me see if we're actually broadcasting audio. Are we broadcasting audio? Yeah, we are broadcasting audio. Okay, so we have a guest on tonight, or we have actually not a guest. We have one of our regulars going to come on a little later, and I'm going to talk about some CPS stuff. And I believe Preston has some more updates with Vault 7. If you want to share for a little bit.
Oh yeah. No, Vault 7. These have been out, like say, probably 3 or 4 days, but there's three big stories. Obama, $300 billion shifted in private funds to public money for Obamacare subsidies. Another Vault 7, Trump being surveilled by the NSA going back to 2004. This started shortly after Patriot Act during the Bush administration, and then Obama ramped it up as well, especially near the end while he was running for president. So, okay, those are two of those. Those two are totally illegal. Here's another one. CIA caught, not trying to rig, but influence French elections in 2012. Apparently they liked Sarkozy over any populist candidates. So just like now with Marine Le Pen getting hammered, threatened with jail for being a populist candidate, you can't have that. So CIA caught in that.
What is the CIA not involved in? Seriously,
yeah.
dude.
Yeah.
Seriously, from bubblegum to political assassinations, dude.
Yeah, I mean,
Seriously.
it's just so much of it. It's like just goes on and on. Yeah.
They're like the bad kids in the government. Seriously, they're like the shady kid in the dark, dude, doing creepy shit.
They're everywhere. All right, now the last one, not Vault 7. This is Malik Obama. This came out on Twitter, which I don't have, but I have seen the screenshots. Malik Obama has put out Barack Obama's Kenyan birth certificate.
Oh, he really wasn't born in Hawaii.
Yeah.
I've been saying that for fucking years. But then again, Bush Jr. had a possession charge for cocaine from his college years, and that would essentially deterred him from doing any political work. But everybody seemed to overlook that as well. Wasn't it a felony? Was it?
Well, it would have to be, unless. Yeah. Plus, he never seemed to show up for his guard duty. You know, he got the rosters and everything, but he was never there. But he's in the guard. You know, it's just the land of make believe, dude. I mean.
Well, yeah, you get to get into like places of political power, and then all of a sudden the rules just don't apply.
Yeah, they kind of shrug it off. It's like when they get caught, it's like, then they realize, oh yeah, it's illegal. Oh well, hey, whatever. Remember
when Cheney shot what's his name, and on that fucking. He was totally fucking drunk. Yeah. He was totally fucking drunk.
Is that right? That's right. He was a friend. That was down here. Yeah, some friend, tries to blow you away. They're just careless, man. Criminal carelessness.
Oh yeah. What else you got?
Oh, well, that's it. Shit, we can talk an hour on each one of those if you really parsed it through, but. Yeah, man. I mean, it's just, your government's just into it everywhere.
Well, let's go.
We're over here worried about, Russian hacking into our elections while we do it to everybody else and do it to presidential candidates. But, hey, that's all right. That's the good guys doing
it. Why is it always the Russians? Seriously. I could think of like a few like shady people out there that would probably do like some crazy shit, but it wouldn't be Russia.
No, they really don't have to do it.
Remember Kim Jong-un? Kim Jong-il. They think is all behind that Kim Jong-un murder.
Assassin. Yeah,
oh yeah, that was an assassination. That's not the first time. That's not the first time that fucker's gone at it. With siblings.
Right. Yeah, he's a psycho. Well, he's either somebody's coaching him or he, knows it intrinsically. But yeah, he's being a good little dictator. He's really impressed with himself. He's such a little punk, but I mean, he's really impressed with himself.
The people aren't.
Oh, a fat little turd. I mean, come on. Not scaring anybody. All those other generals, all their medals hanging down to their knees. It's like.
Yeah, his country is in. Well, at least the majority of the people are, they're. I always hear like weird stories about there not being enough food in the country.
Yeah, they're starving them out.
Yeah, and remember when they somebody opened up the internet because they have a closed internet there, and they found out that they only had like 36 domains or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was open for like 12 hours or something, and people were able to like map it out, and it was like only like 20 or 36 websites or some shit. They were all like old school websites, like something we would see out of the mid 90s.
It's just hard to figure out what their end game is. It's like, why are you depressing, this totalitarian scheme, but like, why are you turning your people into slaves? Why is it so important to do that and push everybody down and create nothing? And yeah, you're in charge of it, but it's like, so what? I mean, you're not going anywhere.
Well, he's only hurting his people.
Yeah, it's incredible.
And scaring the shit out of every country around him every time he does one of those he does those rocket tests.
Yeah, the motives are incredible.
Oh, that was weird. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're not showing on the list here, but you're still there. Your talking head is.
Oh, okay. All right, so we have how many viewers we got? 18 viewers. So let's go with this Kenyan. Let's go with Obama's Kenyan birth certificate, which is probably the legit one.
Yeah, well, this one that he produced shows all the it's correct for the times. You know, when it was Kenya as a protectorate of the United Kingdom, so the seals and the lingo at the time in the birth certificate looks good. And you can tell the guy, you know, there's a little video attached with it as well. You can tell it's kind of sore. It's like, you know, hey, you know, the Obama was around, you know, when they're a kid, or they knew each other then, but it's like, as soon as he got to be president or got to be somebody, he didn't have any time for him. And so, you know, that's disrespect to the family. And so he, in a way, you can kind of see why he's doing this.
Yeah.
I don't think he's fully convinced that Obama is really some kind of kin either. You know, his history's pretty sordid there.
Yeah, I don't know much about the backdrop of the story, but I remember hearing for years about his birth certificate not being legit, and then all of a sudden, birth certificate comes out of Hawaii, and
but it's a fake. Now, the official one they put out is a 7-layer faked document. They pretty much debunked that one.
Yeah,
from what I've seen. You say it's conspiracy or whatever, but I mean, people can take that document that they say is official and break it up, and it really don't add up. You know,
what are their
it's a combination of documents, and like I say, it's a 7-layer document.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a little this and a little that, looks official and whatnot, but you know, it's interesting about this one. It's like he kind of popped out there, and I haven't seen anything other than that tweet being out from him. There's really nobody picking it up. Nobody's going to run with that, and of course, prove that it's true. But
somebody said impeach Obama.
Why would he do that? You know.
Oh, he's only the president. You know, he wouldn't try and cover that shit up, right? He also
they've said it before. You know,
here's the funny thing, dude. He says he's from the South Side, bro. And I've been to the South Side. He ain't from the South Side, yo.
not in Chicago.
He ain't from fucking Hyde Park. He ain't. he might have a property there, but I can tell you one thing: he don't represent the South Side.
He's their organizer in chief.
Yeah, he might have gone to the college there, but.
He organized the leftists and the communists and all the Democrats. He did organize them.
Yeah.
I'll give him that. Yeah, it's just curious. Well, you know, there was missteps there. You know, there was Michelle at times saying, you know, calling him a Kenyan, and then that kind of became a joke. And then there was others, you know, even in Kenya, they seemed to know that he was born there. You know, so it's just kind of weird, you know, whole time.
I'm just wondering why anybody didn't hit up the, somebody in the government from Kenya, you know, to verify that. They're probably somebody who tried and got shut down.
Oh yeah, suppressed.
Yeah,
because
I see.
Really, what that was showing you is that we can give you a foreign dictator, and there's nothing you can do about it. See, we're going to slide this guy in and do all this stuff, and just to get you used to it. That's what I think. It's just further conditioning, further political conditioning.
Well, you know, I mean, there's some things I don't agree with. You know, I mean, a lot of things I don't agree with. You know, the rules of politics. I don't know. I'm totally anti-establishment, and I'm pretty sure like nobody will agree with like everything that I say. So I just close my mouth.
No, that never happens.
Yeah. Well, you know,
for anybody.
They set up the you know, even, you know, I mean, you know, it's essentially, you know, the president really doesn't even represent, you know, 90% of the population. Only the people that voted for him or actually wanted them. Those are the only people that he's going to represent. And it really, you know, we don't actually have a democracy. We have it's supposed to be a republic, but what ends up happening is because of all of the way their government's set up, it's really an oligarchy now, and you really do have no say. But the requirements to become president over the years have become, since we moved more towards a police state in Now you can't have a felony. You have to have a straight A record. It wasn't always like that back in the day. Those have been only around, I think, only for the last 100 some years.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, who in America doesn't have an arrest record now?
Oh yeah, that's the thing.
Come on,
they're making
dude.
Yeah, and the thing is, they keep making more and more things felonies as well.
Oh yeah,
It used to be.
Yeah,
They used to be misdemeanors, or now felonies.
Collecting rainwater now is can get you in jail in certain states.
Putting ponds in Montana. That
Remember
Navy
that kid,
veteran up there.
Remember that kid guy who didn't take down that wind turbine, and he was trying to make his own electricity, and they arrested him.
Yeah, that's just a bad HOA gone wild there, but they get away with it. I mean, it's that and it's weird too. It's like, why does the authoritarian side just like they have to tell you what to do? There's no law. It's just like, we just make up this rule and we're going to enforce this rule as if it's law. I mean, that's where these people are going wrong, but they get away with it. That's what's stunning. You can actually take it to court and lose.
Sometimes
shit,
you got to bring it over. You got to bring it over to the higher circuit courts if you know what I mean. And that is a paperwork nightmare.
It is, and who's got the money as well?
Exactly.
It's not cheap to do it. If you're able to do it yourself, then there's not many folks. I mean, I don't even know if I'd want to try something like that, but it just, that's what you're up against. But then if you don't do that, you're not defending your rights.
Well, yeah, what kind of world do we live in where the average citizen has to know can be incriminated whether they know it's a law or not?
Right.
I mean, some of them are just like plain as day. You really shouldn't hurt people. You shouldn't be stealing. You shouldn't be doing weird things to other people. Those are kind of like established, but these weird laws that they have, it's like, oh yeah, like I was supposed to know that was a law, and then you get caught with it, and then you go to jail.
Yeah, it's they get by. They say, well, it's posted in some registry or in the paper somewhere. That only a lawyer or the clerks at the courthouse would be able to figure out. Of course, they get all that stuff.
Yeah, it's like the average American, doesn't have a background in criminal law.
No, but it's almost required now. If you're gonna survive, have any kind of business in this country, you need to know all these things. It's hard to do. It's got a point where you need to know all these things. You can't have just one skill or one set of knowledge anymore. You need to, really broaden out to try to protect yourself, especially in this legal. And then watching the politics, it's just like, who's got time for all this? I do a little bit more now that I'm older. I have a little more free time. But like when I was young, 30 years old or so, shit, there's no way.
Well, the problem is
you're working 60 hours a week.
Yeah, the problem is the reason that our nation is in the way that all nations are in the way that they are in the state that they're in is because the people let it get this way. It really didn't happen overnight.
Yeah, they create but at the same time, I mean, I hear a lot of people. You want to blame the people, and the first assumption is that your government is looking after you and doing the right things.
No, they're not.
But that's not happening. So that's the first problem. But the other part is, look at the system you can bicker and redress grievances all day long. They don't care. You don't have any authority to do anything. That's not going to change the system that they've created. It's isolated itself from any attacks from the little people. So yeah, I mean, so you can't even do anything about it nowadays. They've made sure of that.
Yeah.
And they can hold hearings like Benghazi, they've been having hearings for 5 years, man. How long does it take?
Yeah, I'm not totally up to par in the whole Benghazi thing, but I know that Hillary had lied to Congress about it. Am I wrong?
Oh, that's true. Like
Yeah.
she lied about the emails and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
But the point is, see, nothing gets done in a timely manner. There is no true accountability and oversight. And you can be sitting there 5 years later still talking about something from 2012 that they haven't done something about. And this is Republicans now. They're the ones running these committees and have since that time. They don't do anything.
Well, essentially, yes, you're
As-
right.
Past a certain level, the priest class gets to do whatever they want. There is no accountability. We're just going to slough it off and waste time and everybody's time, and until everybody just kind of forgets about it. And where's the procedure to redress your grievances?
Nowhere.
Oh, you can petition, you can protest. Oh, really? Yeah.
You can't protest anymore. I mean, you can, but they're moving towards that way.
Yeah, they're going to send their SWAT teams, RoboCops after you. So yeah, okay, you can still do that, but look at what happens when you try to exercise your rights. This is the whole problem.
Yeah.
On one side, you're told you have all these rights. On the other side, when you start to exercise them, look what happens. So what is it, guys? What is this duality here? What is this story you're telling me?
Well, they're gradually
sense.
pushing the people, into the corner, and eventually, somebody's gonna bite back. Seriously.
Yeah.
Or
well,
you
it should happen. That's the natural.
Or you can just be docile and obedient and just obey.
Well, it seems to happen a lot, though. That seems to be the human response.
Well, that is the natural human response, is to just keep things kosher and keep things
You want it all to go away.
But
look at any other animal, you back them into a corner. There is that point that they will lash back at you. They know they're not necessarily they're screwed, but they know they're in a fight and they have to do something because you've backed them into a corner. Humans, though, I don't know. They don't seem to, not all of them, but most of them are just going to roll over and sit there and do nothing. Because that's what's happening right now.
Well,
it's right in front of your face. It's all happening. Nobody.
Oh yeah, no. I was just about to say. What? Hold on. I just got.
We need staff to show up. Where's the staff?
No, we have somebody trying to come on. They have that video from Arizona, and they want me to show it. I don't know if I have time. Do I? I mean, I can. I just want the people to explain what's going on that situation.
What's going on with Arizona?
Rose knows a lot more about it. There's an officer involved and a woman, and accusations of rape via the police officer, and she was so beat up in court or something that they couldn't. So she was. I think she wasn't medically capable of going to her court case, and the arrests were false.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's happening more and more.
Yeah.
Once again, lack of accountability. The system gets used to seeing what they can get away with, and more they get away with more and more every time. That's why you're at this position.
Oh yeah, there was one arrest where recently where I was detained and I was under the influence and I was in a place I shouldn't have been, and but what the officer didn't know is that I had owned the place, and it was funny as shit. So the cop breaks into the place and tells me you fucking get on the ground, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I'm just high as fuck, and Yeah, as the officer was arresting me, the other officer wouldn't get in because I was yelling at the officer while I was complying, with all of his commands. And I was telling him, I have a Fourth Amendment right. I'm not on probation. I'm not on parole. I just, I have some legal things going on with one case and blah, blah, blah this. And, the cop brings me into downtown detainee thing and wants me to sign his version of what happened into that event. And I told him no. That's where shit got a little weird. That's where I got roughed up a little bit. So it happens.
It's sad. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to believe.
That's not hard. I mean, I've been in and out of the system for a long time. I'm not gonna comply with these weird. I'm not gonna comply with his version of the story because what he said was absolutely false on the police report. He fucking lied.
Yeah, but I'll tell you, I think most people would though if they get scared enough.
Well, he got scared because I knew my rights.
Oh, yeah. It's just like the few times I do go to court, trying to push something. 95% probably or more of people just go in there, and you can see it. They're young. If they don't have a lawyer that can take care of it for them, I mean, of course they get to take care of it first. But the kids that go in there, they're scared, man. And whatever that judge and prosecutor come up with, they sign up for, man. It's just so sad to see. You can't tell them anything because they don't let you talk in court or do anything. But yeah, I just wish people knew more, and we're able to fight back better.
Hold on, I'm gonna get that video and I'm gonna show it for a little bit. If I can get it on Facebook. I just wish I could have some backdrop to this story. So viewers beware. Unedited.
Raw cut.
It's not. I think it's gonna be a little disturbing. Let me download it. Really? File rip. Oh wait. You guys gotta stop talking while I'm typing. Well. What the hell? Okay. And let me, you know what, this is not going to work on this browser. So let me use another browser. Okay, I didn't cut you out. I was scared I was going to delete this call.
Oh, still here.
There's so many windows open, it's not even funny. Where the fuck is Firefox? I hate Chrome. Alright, there we go. Facebook. And magically I'm getting a really slow speed. How is my upstreams? Alright, I'm still at 2 megabit. Let me get it. Well, this is my day. Just bing, 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 bing. Slow download. Free user. Free user. Really? I don't want an account. There we go. Oh my god, they made that. So they changed everything. Okay, so I'm going to get this file, and then we'll show it. Or maybe I should hold off on it until when they come on live. So the other thing that we wanted to talk about was the CIA and they got caught in the French elections.
That's correct. Yeah, it was another Vault, lesser known Vault 7 topic. Yeah, now this is, it was, I can't tell if it was like hacking into parties or actual manipulation, vote manipulation, but quite an effort to support leftist-only candidates. Any populist candidate, I don't know who it was at the time. Even Marine Le Pen in this election is having a lot of problems, not necessarily from the CI, but from their own government. But yeah, that was back in 2012. That would have been for Sarkozy. So
PD.
they saw
This police officer.
him as being somebody they can work with.
Okay, I got the video.
They would rather work with than some other populist. But yeah, it's just and this seems to be this excuse. It's like, well, we're not surveilling or doing anything domestically, so that's okay. But if we do it in France, somehow you're passing that off like that is okay.
Well, like, what has the CIA not been involved in? They were trading the Mujahideen, and what they were giving them. They were giving them what were they giving them? They were giving them missiles, and they were giving them AK-47s and ammo, and they were trading them, and they later became, a lot of the spawns of the some of the terrorist organizations that we know today, and we trained them.
Oh yeah. You have to believe, especially like looking back, they had this as a long-term plan. It's like, okay, if it breaks up here in Afghanistan, well, we can reform them, call them something else, and move them over to Syria or any other Muslim country and stir up something there. It's just, but you got to get the fighters and the armies, little proxy armies together, so you can pull all this off.
Well, yeah, George Walker says, you want change? Prepare for war. I know. I always think in a lot of things that I see in Orwellian eyes. The way that you see things, but you're not sure if the players that are all there are the way that they should be. You know what I mean? It's like always question everything. Like 90% of the shit that you see out in the media is fucking fake. So then you gotta all put the pieces together, and then you gotta figure out what kind of mental mind fuck are they trying to play in the people in the background. And now that's always the puzzling story.
It's what they are is disinformation specialists.
Yeah,
that's really what a news anchor is turned into. You just twist the story up enough. Or don't tell the story until the public doesn't know what the hell's going on, and you're just running around getting away with all this. It's like you hear a little blip of, oh yeah, there's criminal activity over here and there, and criminal activity over your government now, and people just it does. But at the same time, there's this apathy that's going on, just to kind of blow it off. No, well, yeah, and then your leadership, they don't do anything. It's just so pathetic.
Yeah. I don't know. They're always going to be, the CIA is always going to be those spooky kids in the corner doing the weird shit.
Stirring things up.
Stirring things up. Remember when LulzSec defaced their website?
Well, that'll get you on the radar.
Yeah.
well, as annoying as that is, it still sends the message. They get away with that. Some other things going on too, but all these leaks. Oh man, I mean, it's just incredible.
Well, there was remember that.
It's just.
Oh wow. I just had an error. How did that happen? Okay. Hey. Remember? Do you ever hear about that story where supposedly there was some nuclear materials that were missing?
Oh yeah, that was a number of years. That was.
Yeah, and there was some military personnel that were all involved in it, and
yeah. Well, and it came out of a base. I think it was here in Texas too. They weren't even supposed to have nuclear weapons, and somehow this weapon's being moved, and it's headed for South Carolina. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah.
It had something to do with Lindsey Graham. You're just going down and wondering what was it? Charleston Harbor is going to be bombed. And it's like, hey, nothing is out of the realm of possibilities with these psychopaths. That's all I know. I mean, they will come up with anything.
Watch you see guys wearing black suits and shit. CIA saying it's cool, guys. We'll just make it look like we just lost one. I think I have a virus. Cool. Geez, I wish our crew would jump on. Wink, wink.
Let's see Aaron here in the chat. Am I seeing this right? He's asking about Jay. Let's see what's going on here. He's in the chat right now.
All right, guys, I'm going to show the video, and I am hoping that we can get. Let me make a new scene.
Hereby declare this to be an unlawful assembly.
No. I'm gonna put in this new video. Okay. Boom. All right. We are showing it.
Greetings, citizens of the world. We are anonymous. It is brought to our attention on March 17, 2017 in Phoenix, Arizona, Dolores Imbeden was physically attacked. She was in her vehicle and attacked by the Phoenix PD. This police officer, amid a growing pattern of abuse and militarization of police in the USA, forgot the U.S. oath to protect and serve its citizens. Perhaps it was the record-breaking heat that day. Perhaps it was complete entitlement to abuse American citizens, empowered by decades of unaccountable internal investigations of police brutality. Whatever the cause of this Phoenix police officer's violent assault on Dolores Imbeden, we can see with real eyes, it was completely out of line and totally unacceptable from a public servant. Dolores and her partner are new to Phoenix, they come from Alaska. And both were arrested. This began on suspect of shoplifting. Her partner is released. Both were assaulted, and it was seen and recorded by multiple witnesses. Their cameras recorded this gross example of militarization of police in the USA and the tremendous growing threat police officers pose when they become hired thugs. Dolores and her partner are First Nations. This assault tears at the deep genocide that has been perpetuated against Native people in the US for centuries. For as long as the US has been a nation, the nation has been founded upon the oppression of the indigenous. No human person deserves to be attacked by police, of suspicion of petty theft with no proof. What is the name of the officer involved? Why was a woman assaulted, threatened to be shot, and pepper sprayed with no merchandise recovered? Why is police protecting capitalist corporations over their citizens? This officer needs to be suspended without pay. And his name made public. The public wants transparency into his trial. Phoenix City Council made aware of this horrendous act of police brutality. You cannot claim ignorance, Mayor Greg Staton. You will be held accountable. People are relying on public officials to do their job. And to stop this violence caused by police. Mayor Stanton, Phoenix has the second highest murders by police in 2016. When did protect and serve become comply or die? You should know by now who we are, and what you did. We are anonymous, we are legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us all.
All right, we are live again. I am hoping that are we live? I'm just hoping that we can get some more backdrop on that. Apparently, Rose knows a lot more about that.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that story at all.
I've been getting wind of it here and there from her, and some of the streams from outside of the Arizona. I think it's one of the jails or something. I got a little wind of it, but I'm so bogged down with a lot of things that I don't always have time to, unfortunately, to get that in depth. But I'm hoping she'll jump on and she'll explain more on what's going on. Let me see if I can get her on. She is.
Well, I tell you, I watch the cop block stuff, and there's just like every day, man. I mean, there's just so many incidents, and it just seems like, you know, for the
and the creator of that video wanted to know that it was made from they just wanted to say it was created by Jay and Rose from the Collective, from that video. So, what were you saying?
Oh God, you lost me there. Just cop blocks. I watch a lot of the feeds that come out of there, and it's just amazing the number of incidents per day that you see of these cops going wild. I mean, something really is wrong nowadays.
Oh, have you seen that one video? Oh, this was a bad one where the guy is the cop is screaming at the top of his lungs. And the guy doesn't even know that the cop is there, and he has headphones in his ears, and he's walking out of like a liquor store or something, and the cop's freaking out on him, and without asking the suspect, or not using non-lethal force, anything you can do, you can obviously tell. I can tell from watching the video that the guy has obviously those noise, the ones that you jam in your ear where you can barely hear shit.
Right.
And the cop just shoots him and kills him.
Yeah, and they get away with it. It's just that's the thing that's, you can understand the mistakes being made, but not the way that's going on now. I mean, it wasn't like this before. That's always they're trained to treat you like the enemy no matter what, and they don't seem to be as quick in their logic, quick to pull the trigger, but they get away with it. It's just like hardly any of them get any kind of review, or they get time off with pay. There's no penalty for screwing up like that.
Nope.
And there needs to be, or you shouldn't be doing it. You just can't be. This can't be the norm that it's just going to be okay to kill American slaves just because we felt threatened. He had.
Well, what if that cop with a gun, I felt threatened, so then I jump back to my car and I pick up a Steyr,
Yeah. Oh well, no, you don't have that option.
Oh, I don't, because I don't have a.
Yeah.
No. I didn't pass law school.
Right. We're not, and the reason you don't is because we're not equal under the law.
Exactly.
Here's the first big problem here. There really is two sets of rules, and it's just not going to work that way.
Yeah. I was hoping we could get some more backdrop on the CPS thing, and that was not something I'm always in the loop on, but I do have that incorporated into one of the videos that I show every once in a while. I haven't shown it on this page, but the CPS system is like utterly fucked up.
Just another reason to get the government in your life. It is
and because of Clinton, now when your kids are with CPS, they are technically property of the state. That's.
Yeah, they get used to that terminology as well. I mean, so that's what you become. I mean, everybody's a prisoner and a slave. You're a ward of the state. A trustee or some shit. It's like, okay, whatever. It's just the way they think. It's just sick, man. They honestly.
Here's the thing: is that I used to deal with they call it in my state, they call it DCFS, the Department of Family and Child Services. And I used to deal with the DCFS officers all the time because I would have to deal with the parents that are strung out on alcohol and drugs and shit, and trying to get their families back and this and that. Putting them into the rehabs isn't a bad idea. The problem is that I hate to say this, I really do, but this is just based on my experience. Is that the kids, when they're separated from their biological parents, whether the parents are really bad parents or not because they're using drugs or alcohol, that's not my call. But generally, okay, in most of these drug and alcohol cases, they're usually better off with the fucking parents. They have all of these separation anxiety. They have no real mentors. And some of the cases I was dealing with were utterly fucking retarded. Some of it was just marijuana. Some of them are more serious. Some of them, they absolutely need to go to rehab. And I'd always have the DCFS officers, in my day, they never knew where the jurisdiction came into the law, where they can't be in the same room when I'm doing, when I'm questioning them to see, I'm actually asking 154 question test verbally to see whether they qualify or they really have a drug addiction problem. I know well as any other addict taking that test, you can lie your ass off and say you don't, but they always insisted that they come in, and I'm just like, by law, you can't even come into the room. So.
Yeah, there's been they continuously cross the line to see what they can get away with.
Well, not only that, if you are a pregnant mother, okay, and you're smoking marijuana, depending on what state you live, right? Or let's say you're a drug addicted mom, okay, and which happens a lot more than you guys would actually want to know. I used to deal with that bad side and trying to help out that population, and they test dirty for whatever drug, and you'll get a drug test, right after your birth, and depending on what your drug test says, Department of Family Child Services or Child Protective Services can take away your child until you meet their demands. This is America.
Yeah, and that's in the face of their own numbers showing that they are more likely to get hurt, raped, all kinds of bad things.
The kids
protective custody.
The kids are in more danger than they are with the Child Protective Services or DCFS. And it's not always the people that are running it that are the abusers. Sometimes it's the other kids that are abusing the other kids in various ways.
Yeah. Yeah, but it shows you it's just under the guise that you're helping them, you're really not. That's where if it was a system that was truly well managed, had great people in it, and there were less attacks and less problems than the supposedly bad families, then that would make sense. But you can't. The logic breaks down when you're taking somebody away from an alleged bad family, and yet your system's worse. That doesn't jive. It's you can do it and operate that way, but it's not like anybody's going to really take you seriously. Not once they find out the facts like that. And very rarely does any of these people get punished. You see these kids get hurt and all, and hey, as long as they're one of their insiders, it's okay.
Well, essentially, what Child Protective Services are doing is they're making their own calls and tearing up families based on the officer's judgment. And sometimes they're in the right, but I would say a lot of the cases I've seen, they're in the wrong. Yes, the parents need a little bit of help, but they don't need their fucking kids taken away.
Yeah. Well, then and then the latest tricks is to politicize it, and then when the leftist regimes get in, they start going after Christians in Kansas, let's say, and breaking up families. Finding the pettiest of excuses to break up good families because they can.
Oh, so especially when you're dealing with drug addiction issues, that's like one avenue. Like that is one avenue. Okay, drug rehabilitation and laws and family law and criminal law. It's all a bunch of poppycock because the law doesn't understand that what we're dealing with is a mental illness. something that locking them up and negative reinforcement is not going to solve. It really doesn't, and that's something that has to happen internally with a lot of therapy to correct the problem. And here's the deal: is that the success rate when you're dealing with addicts and alcoholics, is generally it's about 5% success rate, and those are good fucking numbers. So, science has not found a real good cure yet. I mean, the advancements of incorporating new medications and alternate ways to go, on how to deal with the addict. There's a lot of controversy, and I was big on ibogaine for heroin addicts for a long time, but the law says otherwise. So, it's the whole system is just one big clusterfuck. They can't fucking solve one problem. They can't even solve their own fucking money problem. They're like, how many? They can't. What is it? Their government says that they're $19 trillion in debt, but when the actual numbers, the numbers that they think that they're in debt is actually $60 trillion. That'll never be paid off.
That's the unfunded liabilities of all their promises, the sum total of all their empty promises that they're never going to be able to keep. You're broke, man. That's the truth. These guys have sold you down a path that they can't even pay. They're writing checks they can't cash. That's what they're doing. It's going to break down.
They're selling us stuff. They're trying to sell us stuff they wouldn't even buy themselves.
Yeah, it's a feel-good plan. They can do all these things for you at great cost, of course. And they're really bad managers. They seem to have all these great ideas, but they're such bad money managers, and they're thieves too. They seem to steal all this money as well. It's like, it's just amazing. And yeah, you're supposed to put up with that and go, oh yes, government's good. Yes.
The government will take care of you. No, they won't.
Yeah. Yeah, they will in the end because they're going to bankrupt you.
Like me, one of my buds was, here's a sad story. I was around that generation where, the Iraq War was happening, or the second war in Iraq, and I was going to enlist, and I got deterred. I didn't even pass MEPS. So, that was a long story. And, Um, one of my buds, he enlisted and got his enlistment bonus, and then he got this letter saying that he owed the government like they wanted the money back.
Oh yeah, he's in the California Guard or something.
Yeah, he was one. Yeah, that's how he. That's how.
Oh
Yeah, they wanted $15,000, and he's like, "Are you fucking serious, dude? I fought a war for this country, and they want all the fucking money back? Really?"
Yeah. Hey, sorry, it was just an empty promise. Empty promise. We didn't mean it. Like it's funny. They're sick, man. And you're talking about small amounts of money, especially on something like that. It's like, okay, how many does that really affect? If you let, their guardsmen on top of it, just like if you let that slide, what would it really cost you? And you did make the promise, you chicken shit bastard. So what's up with that? It's
I don't know. We had all these guests prepared for tonight. Where did they go?
Saturday night. Oh, Saturday night. See, that's a problem.
Then we shouldn't have a show on Saturday.
You get old timers like me that got bad backs. So it's.
Let's see if Eric wants to get on. I don't know. Eric, you want to get on?
Haven't they been? They're pretty good crowds, man. It's good when you get everybody, chipping in.
Eric, give me your Gmail address. Send it to my inbox. Now you can hear me. He says he's not drunk enough.
Okay. That's what we need.
Oh well. Come on, man. You used to do live comedy. What the hell? What else is going on in the world right now we want to talk about?
Oh my. Yeah, those are the juicy stories. Let's think about. Well, there's the propaganda that they're trying to shovel to you. I mean, we could parse through, all this MSDNC propaganda that goes on over there.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Go ahead. Let's talk about that.
Oh. Yeah. It's the convoluting of the stories, and basically to try to push this Russian narrative, man. I mean, that has been going on for months now. It's like everything is tied to the Russians. If there's a hack, it's tied to the Russians. If there's a leak, even though it's NSA or internal, that's got to be the Russians. I mean, that was an old joke, right? The Russians made me do it, or the devil made me do it. Isn't that what you said when you were a little kid, when things weren't going right, or you weren't getting away with something? It's just such a childish make-believe story.
They're going to play that Russian card for the next 100 years, man. And the Russians, really?
Yeah, meanwhile, if you have somebody like Hillary that actually is selling uranium to the Russians, that she doesn't even own, that belong to ranchers that are still on the land, that's not a story.
See, are you talking about the one? Oh, are you talking about that one uranium mine where you trace back where the money's going to? It goes to the Canadian Stock Exchange, but the people who own most of the stocks in that stock is the Russian government.
Yeah, that's the uranium one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Russian uranium one, Clinton Foundation donations. Yeah, that's the one. That's the Russian contacts that they should be talking about.
Oh, but they're not going to talk about it because they're mining uranium here in the U.S. Technically owned by the Russian government.
Yeah, they've already.
Well, the Russians are hacking our elections.
Yeah, that's. So let's create this other spook story about the other hacking the election and influencing the election. rather than talk about the real criminals and Democratic Party candidates, that are the real communist sympathizers and traitors to this country.
Well, Eric, if you want to talk about that topic, get on the show. For fuck's sake.
Here's this chance, man.
Eric can talk for hours, man. I guess Eric wanted to talk about who takes over if the Queen dies in England, and what happens if the UK goes berserking?
I don't. No, they have a plan for that. It's going to be either Prince Charles or one of the boys. But they ought to be talking about getting rid of the monarchy, not what's going to happen.
Oh, it's in shambles.
There's going to be some kind of turnover. Well, they're being exposed.
Hey,
what are you guys talking about?
You there?
Oh man, all kinds of stuff.
Hey.
God
damn it, did it cut off again? Dude, this motherfucker won't stop fucking blowing my phone. What the fuck?
That's when you just block the number. Hello?
Oh, there you are. Wow, I don't know what that was.
Yeah, all you guys disappeared for a second.
Yeah.
Ed?
Okay. Yeah, I'm back. Hopefully this motherfucker will stop calling my phone.
So you wanted to talk about CPS tonight,
right? Yeah, that's one thing I'm up here in DC for. There's a couple CPS related rallies going on. Shit of that nature. There was one today, just generally regarding the family court system, CPS, and all that shit. And tomorrow there's one regarding the murder of Senator Nancy Schaefer, who was one of the major people that exposed all of this quite a few years back. But I mean, that shit goes deep. We can definitely talk about that all fucking night.
Yeah, let's talk about that. No, I wasn't laughing at you. I'm laughing at this comment.
Now, what state is this in? You mentioned being in D.C., but CPS problems.
What the hell? Why does it keep disconnecting from the fucking Bluetooth? I can't hear shit like this.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I hear you.
It keeps disconnecting from the fucking Bluetooth. I'm out in the car because all the ladies that were gonna get on the show fell asleep early, man. I don't think a lot of these people I'm hanging with out here can hang with this real good weed.
He passed them all out.
Right. My friend made some pretty badass edibles as well. So, well, what aspect of all this CPS stuff do you guys want to talk about?
I'm always out of the loop that on all the stuff that because you're more involved than I am.
Oh, I know what's going on, but I don't have a family. I've never had to deal with them in any way. Thank God.
Yeah, see, I've only had the very bare minimum experience where they come and do a little, they come and inspect your house and blah blah blah, find some bullshit to drag you in court and drag out a bogus fucking court case. But we were able to slap that shit down pretty quick because, like, really all they had going for them was, my daughter's mother passed away shortly after she was born, so she lives between with me and then her mother's mother, which is where she lives to, like, go to school while I'm working and everything. So, like, I have her on the weekends, right? Unless I'm out of town, of course. So, one weekend they have CPS come by and they find an empty beer can in the trash. So this is on a weekend where I have my child. So, you know, they open up this case, drag us into court. You know, they're looking at, you know, putting my kid in state-run bullshit for this. And, like, just completely overreacting, if you ask me, over one empty beer can in the trash can. So, like, that goes to say that a grown person, age, you know, 55, 60, you know, well grown, should be in well means to make these kind of decisions, isn't allowed to have an alcoholic beverage in their own home because they have partial custody of a child, but that child isn't even present. So, like, what is that? So they drag them into court, like 2 or 3 times. And I mean, they were making, you know, all kind of threats, trying to get them to sign the family plan, which thankfully we knew enough about the CPS system at first, when this first popped up, to know you never sign a family plan. Like, whatever they're accusing you of, when you sign that family plan, you're basically admitting guilt to that. That's kind of like a like getting probation with a plea bargain in regular court. So, you know, it's like, you know, you're saying I'm guilty, and now we're going to do something to fix all this to make it better.
You know, take your kids away for 2 years while you have to take, you know, spend thousands of dollars in classes.
Oh yeah, and then you know, you got to jump through flaming hoops in the pits of hell to even come close to ever getting your kids back after that. You know, a lot of these families, I mean, just such minor stuff, you know, beer can in the trash can, you know, straight bullshit. And these kids are gone for life because, you know, they just have the parents jumping through so many hoops and, you know, like, oh, well, go take this class and, you know, go do this group and, like...
You need to go to rehab because we had a beer can in there, but, you know, you have no symptoms or signs of being an alcoholic, you know?
It's refuge generation schemes.
My little brother, when his wife was pregnant with their son, she was like, and like this woman was, you know, she was eating healthy and like doing, pretty much being like the ideal pregnant woman, like doing everything she could to keep her body as good as possible for this baby. But towards the end, she got so sick every day that like she literally couldn't keep any food down and get any kind of nutrition out of it. Until she started, like, finally she was like, you know, I guess I'll try weed because the medication isn't working, and was able to eat. So when the child was born, you know, I don't know if they do this in every state, but in Louisiana, one of the things they do is when the baby's born, you know, they give the baby a drug test to see what drugs are present in their system. So, of course, the infant child tests positive for marijuana at birth because it's in the mother's system. So, like, man, they didn't take his son, thank God, but they had him jumping through all kind of hoops for like 2.5 years. He had to do like 1.5 years of fucking Alcoholics Anonymous. My brother now, so like when he took his, they made him do a piss test after this as well now. Shit. Okay, good. I'm still here. It just disconnected from the fucking Bluetooth again. But so yeah, drug test, and he tested clean when he did this, but he still had to go to AA meetings, like Alcoholics Anonymous, not Narcotics Anonymous, Alcoholics Anonymous, because his wife was smoking weed while pregnant. And this went on, like he had to do this like 3 times a week for over a year. And dude, that's just the tip of the iceberg. That's somebody that's just getting the bare minimum fuckery, and like, you're lucky your kid didn't get took at any fucking moment. I mean, it can be anything, not drug or alcohol related. They're taking people's kids that have medical conditions, like, especially disabled children. They're, oh, well, you're not good enough to take care of this child, out of the blue. And sometimes it'll be parents, like the child will be like 13 at this point, and then it's like, they might have like cerebral palsy or something, and they snatch the child up and they're like, you're not capable of taking care of this child. Well, guess what, buddy? I've been doing it for 13 years. I think I'm doing a pretty good fucking job here. And I mean, it's anything. You could be you're not making enough money, dude. We're gonna go put your child in a better home because we don't think that you're money. And it doesn't even come down to what kind of life you can provide for them. I mean, they look at stuff like, oh, you got dirty dishes in the sink. Well, it might be 20 minutes after lunchtime, yeah, we just ate. I haven't washed the dishes yet. Oh, well, I'm taking your kid for that. Like, it's completely gotten out of hand to where, I mean, it's a nightmare for parents out there. Any parent that actually gets thrown into this system, I mean, I can't imagine when they actually, like, come and take your kid. I'd psychotically snap. Over my dead body kind of thing. And there have been those cases as well. There was a father that refused to give up their child, and they gunned this father down. They brought the police, and the police gunned this man down for refusing to give up his child.
Like I said, they just tear up families. They don't. I mean, there probably are those nightmare cases where CPS is the better option, but 9 times out of 10, it's not. It doesn't come. It's not that way, right?
Well, the funny thing about that is there's so many situations out there where, yeah, these kids do need to be removed from the home they're in. But those are the cases that, like, you can't get CP to pick this shit up. Personally, I know a friend of mine, his son just passed away up in Ohio. His son was like 19, 20, but he has a younger sister, like half-sister, that isn't my friend's daughter, but it's like, more of a stepdaughter. And he's been very active in this girl's life, her whole life, despite the fact that she was born after him and the woman split up, because, that's his son's sister. So he was always really close to her, and the mama is just like, she's a straight, like, meth whore. And she doesn't even have custody. The alcoholic in-laws, like the meth whore's mother and father, or no, actually it's the meth whore's aunt and uncle that have custody of the child. And they sit there and get drunk all the time, and just like, they treat this girl like fucking shit. Like just hearing this girl tell some of the stories, like, I wanted to go over there and just like destroy these fucking people. Like, how could you treat a child like that, especially your own blood? But, people do that shit all the time, too. And these are the cases that CPS won't fuck with, or, like, fucks with the wrong way. Like, they have ordered for this girl to stay living with these people who do not give a shit about her. And, this friend of mine, he wants nothing more than to bring this girl down from Ohio to Mississippi and give her a good life that she can't have up there, because, like, this town, it's dope everywhere. Y'all been hearing about all these massive ODs in Ohio on the news. I'm sure this is one of those towns where that's happening, and it's like, not only that, the government is, not the government, but the police is putting a lot of this dope back out onto the streets after they arrest people with it, and it's trickling down from informants that are trying to build cases that are like kind of fucking off. And like, you know, they'll get dope from the police and they're supposed to go sell it, but they'll just go grab their friends and like do the dope, and it's like bad dope, and then like half of them are dead when they're done doing it. So it's like a complete nightmare up there. And, you know, somehow CPS deems that this place is where this girl needs to be, you know, at this point in her life, is living in a meth town with people that don't care about her. I mean, the examples go on for days and days and days. I mean, if you were to just look in the Op Exposed CPS inbox, it's like, dude, there's 10 new ones every day. Like, we literally can't handle, like, even talking to all the people that message our page about this shit. Like, oh my God, you got to hear my story. And it's like, wow, where do we begin? Like, dude, there's like 3 years of messages in there at this point, and like half of them probably haven't even been read because there's just so fucking many of them. And you know, there's a lot of people out there that jump on board with this anti-CPS movement that get their kids taken, you know, because they're actually being shitty parents too. So I guess it's one of those thin-edged swords there, you know. But I mean, this shit goes so deep, like from, you know, just generating revenue into the CPS and DHS system to like, you know, these kids a lot of times come from low income, impoverished communities. And, you know, when they turn 18, that's it. They're not paying these foster families to take care of you anymore. 9 times out of 10, the foster family don't fucking want you anymore at that point either. Check. So these kids just end up on the streets, and you know, the large pattern seems to be is these females disappear at a very early age, you know, even as early as 10 to 12, and end up in these sex trafficking rings. And then, you know, the boys are taken and abused and, you know, shown all this hatred, and then put back on the streets and, you know, with no means to survive. And what do you think you're going to get? You're going to get a vicious thug that's going to do what it takes to get by. And, you know, what's going to happen then? He's going to end up in the prison system. So, like, you know, both ways, it's just, in the end, it's a way to further all this slavery that they've got everybody trapped in. I mean, it's been known that they take, you know, some of these kids from the CPS system and, you know, put them in these behavioral homes, mental health homes and facilities, and give them, you know, extreme drugs, do crazy experiments on them. And hell, if it was any other audience, you know, I'd probably say, you guys probably think I'm fucking crazy right now, but, you know, a lot of you guys are like, you know, aware of a good bit of this shit. But I mean, it's everything. And back to the drugs as well. I mean, once they get a kid, you know, into the foster care system, into the state-run homes, anywhere, once they get their hands on a kid, one of the first things they want to do is dope them up. Oh, the kid's acting out. They're depressed. Well, no fucking shit. They're going to be acting out and fucking depressed and upset, and they don't like their foster family because their mama and daddy loved them just fine and everything was good at home, but they got ripped out of that situation. You know, I mean, hell, I would totally sympathize with that. I would act a fucking ass. Like, you know, a lot of these kids, they'll throw these huge temper tantrums with their foster parents, and like, you know, they'll be very destructive in their homes that they've been forced into. But you know, that's a way of dealing with that anger, that pain of ripped from your family and put with these shitty people. And then they use that as an excuse to force these pharmaceuticals down their throat. And I guarantee you, you follow the money around, you'll find there's probably some mutual kickbacks between the state-run healthcare systems and pharmaceuticals for stuff like antidepressants and all these amphetamines, the Adderall and all that shit, and the Xanax, and all these horrible fucking pharmaceutical drugs out there that they're shoving down our kids' throats. That's probably something we should get on, is finding those ties, because I mean it's the correlation between the kids in the state system and the kids they have on pharmaceutical drugs is ridiculous. But hell, I'll let somebody else chime in. I've been running my mouth. I'll hit this bowl a few times.
I know you were good about explaining, that's a story. I mean, that's a story of the typical family, what they have to go through and face. It's just a revenue generation project, is what it's become. How petty an excuse can we create to get into your life and start making some money off of it?
Oh, like we don't make enough with income taxes, and everything's taxed to death, and then all these cities now we're going to raise the sales tax by 0.3% or whatever, or 3% or whatever, and we're going to use that money to fix the roads, but the roads never get fixed, of course.
No,
yeah, I mean they've got plenty of money, but it's just call the guys that fucking print the money if it's that fucking important. You don't have to take nobody's kids. Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's breeding a whole new level of revolutionaries. I mean, when we started this Opix CPS shit, the amount of distraught mothers, fathers, grandmothers, and aunts and uncles and shit, everything that, almost immediately flocked to what we were doing, because it's like, hey, this is a little better than calling the local news station and complaining, or this is a little better than writing letters to Dr. Phil, who doesn't do shit. Like, yeah. These anonymous guys are a little bit more about some action. And man, we got so much support off of that op alone. Like, that was what really helped Anon Resistance blow up, because it hit home for so many people. Like, it's either like, wow, that's happened to me, or that's happened to somebody I know, and these guys are right. We do need to fucking do something about it.
Were you guys, faxing the black faxes and shit and constantly calling and stuff like that? Or was that a different op?
Which one are you talking about?
I don't know, when with the faxing the black faxes to CPS and stuff.
Oh yeah, we did do that. We did that on it started out, so like the whole thing started out as like, our first action was we had this mass call-in where it was like, we sat down and it's like, well, who should be investigating this shit? Well, I guess it's really the FBI's job. They should be investigating this shit. So we decided we were going to blow up the FBI call center with like, yo, investigate CPS. And so we marketed it as a phone DDoS of the FBI tip line, and like put out all these numbers, and like we marketed it as like, we're going to clog these numbers up with these reports. In my mind, I was like, dude, there's no way we're ever going to pull this off. And when it actually went down, dude, we were shutting down like local call centers. We were clogging shit up everywhere. We had such a huge response of people joining in. And like, some towns took it even further. Like in Los Angeles, that was one of the people, they were doing black faxes to Los Angeles. Or actually, we had one of the text logos with the anonymous seal. but it was like inverted, so most of it was black, and then it had like white characters that formed the anonymous seal. And like, you know, just started faxing the shit out of that, and like spam calling the Los Angeles FBI branch. And then I don't know, like 40, 50 people had a protest outside the FBI branch, and like they closed the fucking office down that day. They didn't know what the fuck to do. It was like, oh shit. There is a bunch of pissed off parents, and we don't know what the fuck to do about this shit. And I mean, hell, that was before like all this shit really blew up, and that was like, you know, between that and Op Death Eaters with everything that was going on in London and exposing how that connects, you know, to the royal family and all these elitists over there. Like those two blowing up at the same time, like, I mean, I really feel that brought a lot of attention to that and a lot of momentum that was lacking in the movement. But like, you know, now we got these parents and shit, like, you know, 40, 50-year-old parents, like running Photoshop, making like really informative memes with like, you know, like really well composed, and like, dude, we've taught people to like make videos and shit, like high quality videos that like, you know, in anonymous style and shit. I mean, dude, it's been a game changer. Keep going forward from here.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, though, I'm tired of hearing about fucking Pizzagate is fake news. Pizzagate is fake news. Like, that's where this whole fake news shit really blew up, was it like when those emails came out and it was like, oh shit, these guys are straight up fucking pedophiles. That became, you know, we've got to do something about this. Oh, this is fake news, fake news, fake news. Everything is fake news. Like fake news just started in late 2016, and we've never had fake news before. When, you know, the mainstream media has been doing fake news since the mainstream media was the mainstream media.
Isn't it? It's all tied up with 6 organizations, and a lot of it, you know, CFR ties into the mainstream media, the elite tie into, so you're only hearing what they want you to hear.
Yeah, I mean, they own it all. Like, you know, Fox News is owned by Rupert Murdoch, and, you know, Fox News, you know, people just think, you know, oh, Fox News is full of shit, but they don't connect it to everything else. You know, think of your local Fox channels for all the people getting TV off antennas and shit still these days. And,
yeah,
you know, FX is Fox. You have Fox movies. You know, like, man, they're tied into everything, and it's owned and run and operated by these elite families and shit. And, you know, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to push it straight at you.
And they do.
Looks like we got
and they do.
Oh, man.
Yeah, the op media control video I did, I was using a lot of clips. There's an episode of The Simpsons where Lisa Simpson does this whole alt media thing, and like she's, you know, going up against Burns and everything, and she has her whole newspaper. He's trying to crush it, and there's so many good references. Like, and, I mean, they're just like wide open telling it like it is. And I remember at the very end, it's Burns and Smithers standing there, and Burns is like, well, you can't control all the media all the time. Well, unless, of course, you're Rupert Murdoch. And then they both, like, put this insanely ridiculous smile on their faces. And, like, as I was making the video, I had never even seen this episode all the way through, and it gets to this point, and, like, dude, my jaw about went through the desk. Like, did they really just say that shit? Like, can't own all the media unless you're the man that does own all the media.
You know what's
who makes this show?
And it's illegal to make your own. Remember, pirate television stations and radio stations. That shit needs to come back, dude.
Oh, I know, right? Like we have
But
the internet now. Like,
but the FCC won't let you do that.
well, as far as like pirate radio stations go, like
It's
my
not that
God,
hard to
dude,
make.
we have the technology now. We could light that shit up. We could blanket the whole country, just anonymous. We could blanket the whole country with radio signals. And if we collaborate on the back end, we could have a channel that runs shows like this, shows that get on and talk about real shit and try to wake people up, and then fill it with fucking revolutionary and truth music in the middle when there ain't no shows going on. And dude, we could put that shit out all over the country, no problem. I mean, I heard a lot of people say today that we've reached this critical mass and this tipping point of awareness, and sadly, I don't think we're there yet, man. Like, it probably looks like it, to everybody, because so many people that now are awake or into this, or or joining up with Anonymous or other activist groups. But that's because so many of us, I guess, have encased ourselves into this world. But man, if you just step a couple inches out of it, you'll see that, like, holy shit, they are still sleeping hard out there.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, whoa. Y'all are like Rip Van Winkle out there, man. Like, what the fuck?
Sitting in a doctor's chair getting a bunch of nitrous, in La La Land.
Well, not even that. Some of the people I work with outside of Anonymous, and some of them have some really good technological skills that I need some schooling on. And then you drop the anti-establishment card, and holy shit, you are fucking out of line. You are so out of line. Oh my God.
Well, I mean, to me, Trump really proved that, it's so easy to keep the people duped. Look how many people just up and, oh, this is good. This is the best thing since fucking sliced bread over here. Fucking Donald Trump for president. I wish you guys could see my face right now. It was like so serious when I fucking said that. Like, I don't think I could fucking recreate that. It was just like,
You can always try. Try it.
that was one difficult point.
I don't think you can hear me.
Oh,
I hear
hey.
somebody.
Who is this?
Yeah, you just cut in. I don't even know who that is. How's it going?
I told you guys I wanted to wait until they were done.
Oh, we'll never be done. We just keep talking.
All right.
Jump in there.
I'm gonna come on the show for a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, just open your mouth and we'll shut up.
Okay, I was gonna say about what happened, similar to what happened to one of you, about my kid. They were trying to take her away. So it all occurred because the teacher started making a story saying that I was responsible for not sending her with a belt, and saying that I caused injuries to her when it was the kids and her, and I don't even know who else. And I mean, it was hell for my kid. Kindergarten is supposed to be something happy, something they're looking forward to, not the biggest scare of life.
Man, I remember when I was, that age, and I was going into kindergarten, like, how excited my mother was to put me on that bus for the first day and send me off, and I was just, oh yeah, this is awesome, and she's snapping pictures, and like, I mean, I was, when my kid started school, I was actually out of town on work and shit. I wasn't there, the first day she got on the bus, but like, still from that far away, I've just like immediately got that fear, like, how is this going to go? Like, is my child going to be the one that the teacher picks up for CPS is and man, not only that, man, my child is not like stupid to all this shit going on. Like, she's rather awake, and like that started before I even started mentioning shit around her. Like, she just had that sixth sense that like shit was wrong. So, you know, like, how long before, you know, they start correcting the teachers, and you know, they don't like that shit, man. They will retaliate.
Well, the
You know,
principal.
teacher doesn't like to have their indoctrination contradicted, or like, you know, anything. If they don't, you know, if your child's a little hyper. Oh, hell, I heard about a case a couple weeks ago that they were trying to diagnose a kid with ADHD, and they wanted to put him on medication, and the fucking parents refused, so CPS come and took the kid so they could put him on medication. I'll be like, oh, hell no.
Well, amphetamines are kind of fun, but I'm just playing.
Well, I mean, you know, they were fucking great when I was fucking 12 years old, and I pop an Adderall, and I didn't need that shit, and it's like, wow, I feel like I can fly right now. My poor mother's like, I don't know why my son's so wild. Oh,
he's up doing
because the doctors didn't tell you that the little blue pill they're giving me is fucking meth.
I was on that shit for like 20 years, dude.
Oh no, I got off like before I was out of middle school. Like, I finally was like, I'm not taking this anymore. This isn't a good thing.
Well, that's good to go. What I've heard is it can do more damage, like not just to like brain cells, but it can also like damage your kidneys and.
You know, I've dealt with those weird cases, you know, where CPS wouldn't get involved. You know, where I have I had this one client, and I can't reveal like their name. I can tell you kind of what was going on though. It's been over 3 years, so I think I can talk about it. Yeah. So this was definitely a CPS case that should have been handled because of the parents' mental state. I had a crack addicted mother pregnant with twins, and was suffering from auditory and visual hallucinations during my intake with this individual, and she had like 4 or 5 kids. No CPS involvement, no nothing, no this and that. The girl, as I was trying to give her a glass of water because she looked like she hasn't been dehydrated, was telling me, and I think she was sober for a couple of days at that point before she came to my office. She thought that there were dragons in the water. So those are always one of those cases where you're like, well, this is a pretty bad one.
Yeah. Like, I don't think
this is a
you can care for a child.
Yeah, this is a pretty bad one. Yeah. I was trying to get her to sign the fucking digital teleprompt, and she kept on thinking it was a telephone. So, but yet they're gonna harp on the parents, you know, who drink a little bit or smoke a little bit of weed before their pregnancy and make a big shit about it.
Well, the case that got me involved was actually, it was over some parents that were smoking, and it was in Texas. And what happened was, so these parents put their like 2 or 3 year old little girl to bed, and then they go out on the back patio and they smoke a joint, and their dickhead neighbor decides to call the police and rat them out to the police for smoking a joint, who show up and immediately take the little girl and put her into like state custody and shit. So at this point, like, they're getting visits like maybe like once a week, I think. And then after a few weeks, they start noticing that this, you know, child is like pretty pretty beat the fuck up. And so, you know, they start complaining back to the CPS system, like, you know, who the fuck do you have our kid with? Like, she's covered in all these bruises now, and like, you know, she looks like she's being roughed up quite a lot. And they wouldn't do anything about it. And a few weeks later, this little girl ends up like severely beaten with her head caved in the hospital in a coma. And then a few days later, dies. So, like, I mean, this system is costing innocent little children their lives, like being forced to suffer a pretty horrible fate, honestly. You know, I couldn't imagine what it's like for a child to be beaten into a coma, a little child that doesn't understand anything as to why you're even beating them. Like, a total fucking nightmare. But yeah, that was the case that really got me looking at this shit, and, you know, like, hey, what, this is fucked up. Like, how could they let it go this far?
Well, because essentially, you know, the powers that be have let it get this far, and you know, a lot of these stories don't see the light of day unless you know, we mass spam it, we mass put it out there. You know, even then, it's not going to get as much
each
attention.
individual story has to be spammed so hard that the media has to say something. And then once the media finally has to say something, they immediately treat it like it's an isolated incident. Like, oh, you know, this is just some fluke in the system. Like, my God, how could this happen? Like, CPS is so perfect that they never fuck up. No, it's systematic, on purpose, like, meant to be.
You know, the untold story about, you know, the Child Protective Services thing is that for each kid that they have in there, the government's getting what is it, $10,000-$20,000?
It's the Title IV funding. They're pulling money straight out of Social Security.
Yeah, so the government's actually
through the Title IV funding, and they're actually using this funding that they get to fund the entire Department of Health and Human Services.
A lot of it's a clusterfuck.
Their child protection services go by a lot of names: DCF, DHCF, CPS, DHS. I mean, like, all kind of shit. So, like, really, when we say CPS, we're kind of using that as a broad term, and it really goes back to the federal agency, the Department of Health and Human Services, DHHS. All this alphabet soup gets so fucking confusing when it gets mixed together.
No, you know, I've dealt with these people, you know, telling me how to do my job, you know, being a counselor and stuff. But they don't have the same authority as regular police officers. Am I correct?
I mean, honestly, I hear so much shit that I don't really know what their authority is.
Because
like,
they told me that they were going to subpoena
realistically, what the real deal is that they don't have really any power.
That's what I was. That's what my supervisor
except the power that you give to them via your ignorance of the system.
My supervisor was telling
me.
Like,
that's really what I'm making of it, and don't quote me on that. Like, when the CPS officer shows up, don't put the finger in the face and be like, "You have no power here, bitch." Edward said so on Anonymous Bites Back.
Well, no, my supervisor, because I was unsure, like, the first time I had dealt with my first DCFS case, and one of the officers was insisting on that my was insisting that my gain assessment that I had done on this individual was invalid because the client had lied. And I told them that you're going to have to, I had to talk to my supervisor. I go, what the fuck do I do? There's a fucking guy saying he's Department of Family and Child Services saying I'm not doing my job right. And he wants to get a subpoena saying that I didn't do the questions accurately. And he told them that, well, because of HIPAA laws, he has no access to those files unless the individual will sign them over. So he's like, they really don't know the laws that they're trying to, because there's a federal law that says that what I do and what they do are two completely different fucking things, and that the laws that I have to abide by are much more client oriented and private oriented. And I'm trying to help the individual, and all they want to do is trying to do this and that and tell me I'm doing my fucking job and want to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard of people that have, told them to fuck off, and they just fucked off because I guess they don't have the power. And, I've heard of people that have told them to fuck off, and those people are dead now, and their kids are still took. So, I mean,
I think it all depends on if they're accompanied with the police or not. If they're with the police,
right?
And if not, then you can just shut the door until I'm come back with a notice, something from a judge. Other than that, I'll give you my lawyer's number, and that's it. Bye. Go away, asshole.
That's what I think that was the conversation that we were talking about earlier. Is that why should all the citizens or have to know all these fucking laws just to keep the enforcers out? It's almost like what we're even coming to. It's a society,
So we all have to study law in order to survive.
Right?
Yeah.
Trey, where'd he go?
Damn, this upload on YouTube over this hotel Wi-Fi is straight bullshit.
What are you connected, like 36K?
Probably. I give you a speed test, but I'm afraid it'd eat up all my fucking bandwidth.
I think there's, how many of us are in cars broadcasting right now?
Yeah, see, I'm in my car with my laptop plugged into a power inverter, and the phone is over the Bluetooth system on the fucking car.
I'm broadcasting the show from a fucking car.
All the grandmas are asleep in the hotel room, and I can't smoke weed in there either, so.
Well, family decided it's karaoke night, so I'm in my attic again.
Gotcha. But our guest, you were telling, I think in some of the comments that you were involved with the CPS system.
No, they try to take my kid. Try to get
involved on that end.
Oh yeah, and then they even try to tell the principal tried to go against me too, and I mean like she was always saying, "Oh, your child's so adorable, so cute, so sweet, she's so pretty. Oh, she has such pretty blonde hair and blue eyes," and I'm like,
yeah, sound like that bitch was gonna try to adopt your kid
and sell her or something.
Yeah, they sell them.
The thing is, 2 years later, after I got her removed from the school, she came back to another school where I had moved her to, because I had to go to the superintendent. The superintendent took her out and took the principal out and everybody who was aiding her. So
damn.
Yeah. And she tried to come back with a different name. I recognized her face.
With a different name? Whoa,
yes.
That's, yeah, you should send me all the information you got on this bitch. This bitch needs some fucking dealings with, because she's fucking really up to no good.
So, I am
Sounds like she just hops from school to school snatching kids for CPS like a motherfucker.
So
Gonna come right back in with a different name. That's real fucked up.
Yeah.
And she can't say that she was married or got remarried, because she said that she was like been married to her high school sweetheart for like years. So I'm like, okay, but she looked like she was in her 40s. So I'm like, okay, it's weird. High school sweetheart, maybe he from the high school, but I don't know. She was weird.
I heard that you can get CPS involved in your life if you don't. I don't know. Might be a rumor, but if you don't get your kids vaccinated, is that another one?
Yeah, I've heard of cases with that as well. I mean, God, honestly, it's like they can use anything. Like I said, they use people having dirty dishes in the sink as means to take a kid. You did not wash your dishes in what we deem to be a timely manner, which apparently is immediately. Like, it can be anything. Really, I think what it is they decide they want your kid, and they're just going to find the excuse after they decide they want your kid.
The thing I think is they look for the most vulnerable kids. They can manipulate.
Well, not even necessarily vulnerable kids, but vulnerable families. Like, again, that's another reason they prey on the poor. Like the poor, you don't see them over there trying to take no millionaire's kid. Why is that? Because the millionaire can go buy $100,000 lawyer and fuck everybody up that tried to take their kid.
Yep.
But, you over here who makes $15,000 a year, or expenses are $20,000 a year, isn't going to have, again, that's another reason they prey on the poor.
Trey!
Hey, man.
Trey, I can hear, do you have the noise canceling mic?
Wow, that is like...
Trey, you got to turn off the laptop.
Yeah.
You got to turn off the laptop.
Oh my God.
Trey, thank you.
And that's one reason why, since I noticed things that are really crooked with the government and everything. I've been reading up on everything from psychology books to law books to medical books to everything, so I can avoid doctors as much as I can. Avoid getting in trouble for just the lightest, stupidest thing that they can find, and just in general for them to not try to give me some kind of medication that probably gonna end up like, I don't know, get worse.
King.
There are a lot of kids on these meds now. 1 out of 4 in college now is still on some of these pharma meds.
I was on Dexedrine for years. It was great.
It's a pill pushing scheme.
I was totally addicted and became a drug addict.
Oh, we all have at some point.
I was kind of like being serious, but not.
It's not just a this or a that scheme. There's so many facets of this, and they use this system of trafficking children for so much different shit. Some of them might just end up in a home that's gonna take less money, and put in the home of a sex offender or some shit, just because they're cheap and shit, and they can make more money off of the kids that way. And then some of them may end up being sold from America over to France, and then they're forced to be prostituted out to these high-level politicians in France. And then these elites that are responsible ultimately are making sure that they collect plenty of evidence on all these lower-level politicians, fucking the kids they're prostituting. So now these politicians have just fucked a child, and they have the evidence. So we've got, the leverage on these politicians, and the elite use that. And I mean, there's just so many levels of what they're doing with it, what they're using it for, and what they're benefiting off of it with. Like, I mean, it's ridiculous.
Hey, what's up, guys? I just joined in. Sorry.
Who is this?
Are you talking about Pizzagate? This is Aaron.
No. You remember you said you didn't know who you were.
Well, talking about Pizzagate, the CPS system, the Death Eaters stuff, kind of all of it, really.
Politicians and children when I just jumped in, so I'm like just I'm trying to figure what you guys are talking about.
But yeah, the Pizzagate and everything connected to it. I mean, honestly, I'm really starting to hate the term Pizzagate because like it kind of draws the focus to like, oh hey, this guy who's friends with a couple people in the DNC that runs a pizza shop might be a pedophile. And like that's really not what it's about. It's like so much deeper than that. You know, a lot of people I've seen out here using the term pedogate.
Well, I think I think the whole purpose of it is for people to get people acknowledged and the fact of the terminology that they use for pedophilia. And
well, like, you know, we've been knowing these terms forever.
Well, we have, but not everybody is familiar, and not everybody does know these things.
The shame of it is you can go right there on the FBI website and look up you can look up, that's where they found these logos to compare them to the Comet Pizza ping pong logo that makes the same shape as a Boy Lover logo. I mean, the FBI has all these lists of, you know, code words and terms and, you know, imagery that's associated with pedophilia. They fucking know. They fucking know. And
I don't mean to be disrespectful, but who am I speaking to? So I can just speak
and
call you by name.
This is Edward, man.
Edward. All right. What's up, Edward? This is Aaron, man. All right. Well, this is the thing, Edward. All right, and I'm pretty sure you're well aware of it as much as I am, that a lot of people don't do their own research. All right.
Well, true that.
You know what I mean? And this is the thing, you know, and people want us to do the work for them. and we can only do but so much. We get flooded with so much work that we can't even see straight. We get so fluttered. You know what I mean?
Oh man, I know all about that.
Right.
You should. I have to keep a list of ops that I'm working on to make sure I'm not forgetting about shit.
Right.
Like, right. It's a pretty long fucking list.
People, even with our viewers, you know, some of them, even though they follow us and blood, who knows what they are, and I don't even want to give a terminology to the people, to our viewers, you know. They're good people in general, but the thing is that they expect us to do all the work, and it's not only all on us. I mean, we're a selective few that constantly are working 24/7 trying to pump knowledge out there, and even though if you want to call it Pizzagate or Pedogate or whatever, pedophilia has been around a very long time, regardless if it's CPS in America or CPS in Europe. With the Asian countries, it's terrible out there.
Well, let me interject there. Like, not only has pedophilia in itself been around for centuries, but this like high-ranking elite pedophilia with, like, you know, kings and queens and government and state officials being tied to it. I mean, hell, look at the Roman Empire. They were open about it. They had holidays for fucking kids in the streets, for Christ's sake.
Right. I mean,
remember they used to have
it's very sickening. It's very
sickening. Roman, they were big on brothels and prostitution. In fact, they used to have prostitution coins commonplace in the Roman Empire. It's very open sexuality and very, very different world that we live in.
Oh, and it was no secret that back then you could buy
everybody
a kid
that's joining
like
us?
it was
What's
nothing.
up? Aaron's back. Sorry, I got banned. Just want to say what's up to everybody that's viewing. How's everybody?
Yeah, stop
doing,
getting banned off of Facebook, you retard.
I mean, you know, the report fags is the problem, you know. And I'm
well, yeah,
the
fucking pics, man. Come on.
It's like whatever.
Come on,
it gives me more time to do what I need to do.
Hey, I'll tell you the secret. Since we're on the topic of pedophilia, if you put a picture of a naked child on your profile, they won't ban you. We all know that. That's the fucking secret right there.
Well,
I know
I
it's
don't know.
true.
I'm
not advocating nobody do that, please. You'll probably be the one that ends up in jail for that shit.
You know what? I think I might try that when I get back on Facebook. You know, I got a wolf stealing, you know, Red Robin Hood's, the girls, the chicks' panties. as my profile now. So, you know, I might put a naked, you know, who knows? I might post my daughter's ass cheeks or my son's. And I want to test that theory now since you brought that up, you know?
Oh, well, let me comment on that with Facebook.
I don't know that I do that.
Aaron, you're
No, hold up. Let me comment with that on
going into the
Facebook.
scary zone.
No, because like people like will innocently post that picture of their kid laying on the rug where you can see their butt, or you know the little video clip of their kid playing in the bathtub, and you know some jackass will come along and report that shit for nudity on Facebook, and dude, almost instantaneously that shit will be removed. But I mean, I have sat there and used 9 fucking sock accounts to report graphically sexual images of like straight child pornography on Facebook that I cannot get taken down. Like,
I mean,
what the fuck is up with that?
I just you know, another anon just even told me about a bigger one. You know, there's a new,
so many pages.
there was a new pedophile fucking ring and with 10,000 fucking members in it.
Yeah,
and it's on Facebook.
Yeah, it's on Facebook, and they don't take that shit down.
There was a bigger, remember that bigger one that had like, they called it the Bang Bus, and it was like 34,000 fucking people in there.
I thought Bang Bus was when the chicks, like, supposedly it was a porno website.
I kept on getting.
Are you sure, bro? Because I watched the porno site called Bang Bus.
No, this was on fucking Facebook.
But it wasn't little kids. It was actually adults.
Yeah, this was some fucking.
Yeah, it's a porn website, but I'm sure they've baited people into this Facebook group under the guise of it being a legitimate porn group, and bam, it's pedophilia.
All right, baby. Good night. I love you. Good night.
What do you mean the stream is down?
Good night.
Says something went wrong on my screen.
Oh, Jay, are you with us, brother? Are you with us tonight?
Yeah.
Oh, what's up, brother? How you doing?
We're live.
Yeah, we are live.
He said his screen, not the stream.
Oh. Go ahead.
Is it okay, is it?
Just restart it.
Hey.
Jay, are you talking? Are we supposed
Are
to
you
listen
two in the
to
same
you?
room?
What are you doing? No, we're not in the same room. I'm
No.
sorry. I'm not in the UK. I wish I was. But
I'm
yeah,
in California.
Yeah. Oh, you're in Cali. That's right. You traveled now. I forgot. You moved to Cali. And
bro.
Well,
and
hey, for the anons that do, are there any anons in here that do like to travel?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, come on, bro. Are you
Because
serious?
there's a group of us that are planning to go to London this year for the Million Mask March.
Oh, really?
I'm taking my son there.
So, yeah, dude, American Anons to the UK to see how it. Because, man, those motherfuckers throw down in London, dude. So,
they rock it over there. They rock it over there.
so, we're gonna go see how it's really done.
Yeah, that might have to be a topic we discuss, you know, in the private chat, man, because I'm very curious about that, and now I'm off papers, so I can travel outside
What is it called?
the U.S.
Tell us something square is where the big one goes off, right?
Trafalgar Square,
Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah.
Trafalgar Square is,
but speaking on rallies, I'm actually going to be attending 2 different ones tomorrow. We've got in relation to the CPS in Washington, out in front of the state capitol. There's going to be a rally for the senator that exposed all of this, Nancy Schaefer. She was one of the big ones that really brought a lot of this to light. And they killed her a few weeks before she was going to speak in D.C. and then release a documentary.
I'm not saying nothing about your chocolate cake. You shouldn't even be eating that this late, to be honest with you. But good night. Sorry, Edward. My daughter's sneaking a chocolate cake while I'm trying to.
Sorry, that was funny. I gotta laugh, man.
Yeah,
I gotta laugh.
You're fine. You can laugh. But my daughter thinks she's slick. That's all. And I just had to call her out and blast her. That's all. Sorry, brother. Go ahead. I know DC had something this weekend. If I'd have known that, I'm only like 3 hours away. I would have.
Well, shit. Yeah, come on out. That's gonna be. That one starts.
Well, sorry. I met a chick today. I went to the beach today at the oceanfront, man. I met a chick from Cleveland, Ohio, and I got a date with her tomorrow afternoon. So, I mean, otherwise I would have come out to DC, and I mean that's an important thing. Trust me, I'm not laughing because it's not funny. It's just. But I already told my kids
DC is wild. I'll tell you that. This is This is my third time here, and
Is it?
there ain't no city like this shit, man. This is a weird fucking city.
Yeah, we're weird
Guys,
people, man.
I got it. Guys, I got to
But I
bounce
mean,
out.
hey, I was just walking down the street and I saw a flyer for another rally that's happening tomorrow. It's a large group of Jews that are actually taking a stand, and they're going to disrupt one of Trump's events that is with the American Israel Super PAC.
Oh fuck! You know, I think I need
So
to join that
I'm
because my
gonna
last name is
definitely
Goldberg.
like.
My last name is Goldberg. I think I need to be there and join my Jew brethren and sisters.
Well, yeah, these Jews are taking a stand here in D.C. tomorrow
Hey, I'm
against
half Jewish. Hey.
Right, Tyler?
against that, and like I didn't even know about that. I just saw it on a flyer walking down the street, and it was like, guess I'm going to 2 rallies tomorrow.
Awesome. You see, you get pleasured
Guys,
with all
I'm
the
gonna-
pleasure. Oh, what's up, Jay? Go ahead, bro.
I was just going to say, I got to bounce out because it's so late. But
Oh yeah, do your thing, man.
been
You
some
good?
big-
You good? I'm here.
there's
I'm
been
here
some
with the
big
I'm here with the
pages.
brothers and the sisters, man. So don't worry. We got this. Thank you very much.
there's been some big pages commenting, so I just wanted to say some call-outs or so. To
Oh, call it out. Call it out.
Anon Collective just says that we're doing really good.
Anon Collective.
Black Roses.
Oh, Black Roses. Yes. Black
TBL
Roses. What else?
Stack. TBL.
What are you talking about? The Black Rose
tribal
Anarchists?
sect. Tribal sect. You're talking about TRBLS.
No, the Binary Legion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, we've just had some.
Tribal sect. I like them guys.
Our views have gone up to
They're
51
some
now.
good
so-
brothers over there. I like them. The tribal sect.
I shared you
Yeah.
with Operation New Blood, the new group.
They won't let me in.
You're too
Oh,
old,
you
man.
neither?
You've been around too long.
Oh, shoot, I'm sorry.
Oh, we have
So-
do we
so
have a lady
here's-
friend online?
Tuesday,
we have a sister on with us tonight. It doesn't sound like Rose. Who do we have with us tonight?
Norma.
Norma. Oh, Norma. Hello, Norma. Well, we never fully introduced each other. Well, I'm Aaron. Norma, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Aaron.
Pleasure.
So where are you from, by the way? If that's something you reveal, some do, some
Oh,
don't.
me? You're talking about Aaron or Norma?
I was talking about Norma.
I
was like, I
hope
am
you're
in
not
the-
worried about where I live, brother.
I'm in the hood.
I don't swing that
That's
way.
what I'm
sorry,
at.
I'm not against them, but you know.
That's okay. You don't
Literally.
sound that cute anyway, man.
You know what they say about women with cute voices, right? You know,
Yeah,
especially
you know
on
what I
the phone.
mean?
Tyler has a pretty cute voice when he does his voice changer and sounds like a chick, you know? It makes me want to talk to him all night long, you know?
Oh, you fucking sicko. Sometimes
Sorry,
I don't know.
Ty, I just
Sometimes
had to
I don't
call
know
you out
about
on
you.
that.
Then you got pissed off at me about adding you to a banned account. I'm like, you want an argument with me because you didn't realize that you can't add banned accounts to Facebook.
Bro, like, I don't even know, like, literally, I don't even know how I'm online right now with me being banned. Like, literally, I don't even know how the fuck I'm
Stop
on my
posting
account.
naked pictures of Alf, dude.
Well, no, it's not naked pictures of Alf. It's just a chick covered with a ball sack and a cock that looks like Alf, you know? I mean, it's like,
Well,
come
it
on.
might be the ball sack and cock that's getting
But
you
you don't see
banned.
the balls. You just see the sack. You know, it's the skin, the extra skin, you know, and the cock. That's it. But it looks like Alf's nose. I mean, I thought this shit was hilarious. I mean, at least it took 3 days before I got reported. You know, it was up to 3 days, two or 3 days before I got reported. You know, I got to talk to David. You know, David Peckford. I'm calling you out right now. You said next time that you're gonna blast them, and I put that picture up there for the get blasted, and I got fucking 7 days, brother.
The
Thank
thing
you
is,
very
like,
much.
I'm admin of the group and I didn't even see it.
You didn't even see it? Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're not going to see it now. I still got the picture. I mean, fuck, I'll put it back up when I get back on. I don't care.
No, I need you on
30. I don't
Facebook, you retard.
Leave me on Facebook. I know. I'm like, all my contacts are lost. I'm like, fuck me, man. Like, I
Well,
can't
you know,
get nobody.
like,
I
you know,
can't
that was
go on
another
my
thing we were
pages. I
talking
can't
about
do
is,
nothing. People, I know
you know,
people are probably pissed at me. Like, Like,
No, for the
Aaron, I know you know you keep posting fucking memes, and you know they're gonna get reported. Like, why do you do it? Because it gives me time.
That was another thing that we were talking about, with some other nons, and I think I was talking to you, Edward. It's like, getting back to underground forms of communication, because Facebook is not necessarily a safe place for activism and anons, especially with the accounts getting deleted and the funny shit I've been seeing go on in the last few days. And going back to underground, I was even talking about setting up like XMPP servers, or getting like a VPS.
Yes, we need one of those.
I mean, we need that. We definitely need one of those.
We definitely need the Jabber server.
I do have one set up right now, but I'm on shared space right now, and it's on an Amazon server. So I was like, I don't know, but that was fucking free. But until I can get the funds to get like a VPS or something like that, I can set up like an XMPP server or XMPP room, so that certain groups
Well, hey, look,
safely.
I've got server renewal costs coming up in April, and I mean, dude, I've been getting away with quite a lot of shit on this website for 2.5 years now, 3 years maybe. And not only that, I have it completely registered in a fake identity. So if anything comes back, they're going to be looking for, an Edward that lives in New York, not my real identity.
Edward that lives in New York. I like that. Well, I'm Aaron, not from Virginia Beach. I'm Aaron from
from Virginia Beach.
From Jacksonville,
but to the
Florida.
anons who are not familiar, with IRCs or other forms of
because a lot of anons are not familiar with that, Tyler. Thank you for touching that subject.
The information is out there. Things you should be looking into is, one thing we were looking into was Kick. Kick is kind of a safe place, because a lot of funny stuff goes out. Too much funny stuff goes on in there, to the point where they don't even people who own the service don't even give a shit.
Look, I want to mention too, Tyler. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I do want to mention out there, that people that are actually anonymous and actually doing activism and hacktivism, don't use Gmail, don't use Yahoo.
No shit.
I have Gmails because that's what you have to have for a YouTube account and Google Hangouts, but that's it.
Yeah. No. But I'm not speaking to the panel.
Like, don't use it to register your anon Facebook.
Yeah. Don't do none of that. If you want to know what you need to do, use something like Hushmail,
Proton Mail,
and
Proton Mail,
use Hushmail. I mean, there's different emails out there. Don't.
Yeah, I'll also recommend vfemail.net. They're pretty secure, and it's like you can make an account in like 2 seconds. It's so fucking easy. That's why I use it. Because
people are so used to Yahoo and Gmail. Look, it's like the news. Don't believe the hype, man.
Well, I'll tell you what. When I get back in town, why don't we get together and make a website with some? Well, yeah, we can set up an IRC and a Jabber and everything. But make some really nice guides that can be published on the website to guide people on setting this stuff up. Nowadays you can have this on your phone, dude. We've got an IRC channel, right now. A lot of you guys are in this IRC channel, and I'm sitting here on this channel on my fucking phone right now.
Right.
So, I mean, people don't even realize that you can hop on IRC on your phone.
I don't want to paste it on. I don't want to post it on Facebook.
No,
Facebook is not the place where you want to post this shit. You know what I mean, brother? Like.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can post the guide on how to do it, because, I'm gonna write a guide that's it's not gonna have the server information that we're gonna be using. It'll just be,
right.
If it's an IRC, irc.example.com.
Right.
Everybody knows that's not the real website.
Right. Exactly. But
except for that one kid that's like, oh my god, you guys stole example.com? Wow, y'all are cool.
or use the website suckmydick.com, bro. And he literally types it in. He's like, bro, it's not working. What's the problem? bro, did you literally read the page I just gave you? Like, come on. I mean,
But like,
I
you
can
know,
only give you
setting up,
examples.
you can set up IRC to run through Tor. You can set up Jabber to run through Tor. Jabber
Right.
has also the off the record app, which, you know, makes sure that there's no logs stored on your conversation, and also has built-in encryption. And, you know, getting all that going, like, if you don't know a lot about computers and stuff, that's, you know, it's
That's
just,
fine.
wow,
That's
what
fine.
do,
No,
what,
no,
do-
it's
what do I
not
do? What
wow.
do
I
I
mean,
do?
you can't say wow. I mean, because honestly, you can go to tutorials. I mean, everything. There's a lot of the network is full of free research, and it's just people have to be time dependent, and don't say I don't have the time, but yet they sit on their ass and watch TV. You know, I mean, if you're watching TV instead of watching TV or your favorite
Well,
TV
we're talking
show.
about the activists here. These people really aren't sitting around just watching TV and shit. Like,
But
you know, these
but
are the people
activists and
that, like,
activists
you
are
know,
two
they're on their
completely different
computers and
people. You
they're
know,
on their phones doing this
boots on the
shit.
ground is completely different than behind the screen, brother. You know
You
that,
know,
Edward.
we know sheeple aren't gonna
You know, hop on
hop
an
on our
IRC.
IRC. But the real point is, you know, we've got so many platforms on the internet. You know, we need to utilize them
And not
for
use
what they're good
Facebook
for. You know,
don't use Facebook for mainstream. You know, using it for
Hold on,
operations.
I'm sorry, you might get an echo. I just
Sorry.
hopped online real quick. So
I mean, how many times have you been in a chat, you know, with somebody and you're talking about, you know, like, let's get this set up, let's get that set up, let's do this, and then the next thing you know, their fucking account is gone, or you're on a 30-day ban, or you're on doing this. You know, it's like,
well,
yeah,
I'm
I was
waiting
just
for,
on a
you know, the
30-day
guys
ban in December.
that
You know, hey George.
well, you know, these people that are out
George is
there.
with us.
Let me send this message, because this is something important that a lot of you people that I know are listening tonight need to consider. Is you know, some of you guys are on Facebook accounts with your real fucking names and shit, or like, you know, you're at least hopping on those as alts and like communicating with these groups, and like,
Are you talking
you know,
about on
some
the
people aren't
IRC?
using VPNs. No, I'm talking about on Facebook, and then you have these group chats where you guys are sitting there in detail, like, you know, okay, I'm hitting government.gov with the slow Loris, you know, Python script right now, and like, you know, who needs a fucking Sabu in the chat? Because, you know, they can read that group chat on Facebook. Never forget that. They are
Absolutely.
always
They
watching.
read group
They
chats,
have
they can read
access
texts,
to that at
they
any
have access
moment.
to all that shit. Absolutely. Especially since, you know,
And
Trump
you
called
think
us
they
out,
ain't
called us
watching your
terrorists.
op chat?
exactly.
You think when you DDoS the Federal Reserve, they're not looking in DDoS the Federal Reserve group chat and seeing John
definitely.
Smith talking about how he's using slow HTTP tests on
Well, you know, honestly, if you're
FederalReserve.gov
gonna
right now?
if you know, honestly, if you're gonna go ahead and do that and use your real name, well, sorry to tell you, but then you deserve to get busted. Sorry. I mean, DDoSing is not even hacking, to be honest with you. In my opinion, DDoS is not even a hack.
No, it's not. To me, it's not hacking either, but it is. To me, it's a form of protest.
It's an online protest.
Right. That's exactly what it is.
You know,
it's not
that's
even
like
a hack. It's a protest.
And that's why I think we've really got to, and you know, unless you're hacking and leaking really valuable information, or you're putting a really good deface on a really high profile website, DDoS is the way to go. Like, it makes the statement, it costs these corporations and entities money, and we need to get the boots on the grounds operations synced up with the DDoS operations like a motherfucker. You know, like when we're out there and
But
there's
you do
shit
know we
going
have
down with the pipeline.
you do know we have brothers out there that's doing more than DDoSing, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. But I mean, like,
I mean, the other day I got in contact.
yeah, that's important too. Like big
and I'm not
leaks
going to sit
and
here and mention
important
no names,
databases.
But I got in contact people underground that literally was in the gutter and been not even on Facebook, got in contact with me and was like, "What's going on? What are you doing? Like, what do you need?" And I'm like, "Nothing. I just want your opinion. I was going to have them on the show, and I got some real people doing something that was about to get ready and come out, and and mention some things. They didn't want to talk about no ops. People don't talk about ops. If honestly, real activists don't talk about ops online. Period. And we all know that. It's something you don't do. Period. We're smart enough, and if you're really an activist, you're not going to, because if you're going to, then you're bound to get caught. Literally. You know, you got your team, and if you have your team, you keep your team small, and you work together. And if you work great, then that's it. But you don't sit there and post ops online. I'm sorry. Personal opinion. Now, if you want to look up Aaron Goldberg, yeah, it's my fucking account. Absolutely. It's my personal account. I don't have stock accounts. I only got one account. This is my account. You know, I got my kids on there. I got whatever. You know, but I don't post ops. I don't do nothing. So you ain't going to catch shit.
Well, I mean, there's definitely a big difference between, like, posting online, like, let's hack the Federal Reserve, and, say,
right. But
sharing an article that the Federal Reserve got hacked.
Right. Right, you know, but if you sit there and say, let's do this or let's do that, you absolutely, then I'm sorry. Then to me, you deserve to get caught.
I mean, I'm guilty. I've planned ops on Facebook, and I've done stuff
five
that
bricks of cocaine or
should
5
probably,
bricks of heroin,
you
and
know.
I got it for sale. Who wants some? Right?
I mean, like I was saying, I've been guilty of, like, you know, planning stuff on Facebook and then, like, going through with, you know, some operations.
Oh, you have?
And
Oh, sorry. Who are you? I don't know you. What's your name?
It's a wonder that it didn't get me fucked up, and, like, you know,
but we always hear about those
adamant,
anons that fucking get caught with these fucking stupid ass fucking cases because they didn't cover their tracks, you know?
Yeah, sorry. I don't do shit like that. And I don't know about that.
Well,
but
I mean, I definitely don't use my real name in the movement. I don't use my real ID on Facebook. I don't.
Thank you for joining us. I miss you, man. And we got to get you back on the show, man. I love you to death.
Who are you talking to?
He was in the chat. Sorry. I don't know how long ago it was, but I just saw George was in the chat. He was talking about, what did he say? Oh, botnets are the way. Think about it. Hold on. Save 500 million infected to use to hit whatever they please.
The Murray botnet.
Yeah, the botnets. Yeah. See, I love George.
One of the bigger ones, IoT devices.
He's a great dude, man. He's very knowledgeable. Kind of weird, but I love him. I love weirdness. You know, weirdness to me are like white on rice. You know, I don't know. I eat brown rice, but still, you get the point, right?
What?
I don't know. Don't listen to me. I'm just rambling. I don't know. I'm talking. I'm trying to flow. Fucking, there you go, Tyler. There you go. Beautiful laugh. I love.
But you know what? You know what the government has done in retaliation is that they've gone to a lot of I don't know, deterrence to even stop DDoS. So it obviously is a threat to them.
George, I know, brother. I know, George. You the man, bro. I fucking love you, man. Not George Lennox. George Rossetter. Sorry. My brother from Australia. Not that one. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, Tyler. Sorry. I'm reading comments, man. I'm online and I'm multitasking.
Yeah, does any of this information...
Hey, can we get George on the show?
I don't know his
Tyler,
Gmail.
oh, you don't know his Gmail?
No.
Man, I'd love to get him on because he has a lot of information about this, and he could definitely bring some light to the darkness, you know, on this topic. You know, I would love to speak to him and ask him some questions personally about it because George, is there... I'm blocked, brother, on Facebook. Is there any way you can get in contact with Tyler through Facebook and give him your Gmail so we can get you online and talk to you? Because I have quite a few questions to talk to you if you can, brother. Please. All those Cloudflare things can be smashed out easily with the internet knowledge themselves, so it can take the most of them. Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
Absolutely.
I think the biggest they get is like 64 gigabit. So if you can get something bigger than that, it'll topple it.
Yeah, but if you're gonna put your personal name, like I said, there's if you're gonna be a hacktivist and you're gonna try to hack things, don't use Yahoo, don't use Gmail. There's other emails out there. You just got to do your own research. I mean, everything takes time, and you're not gonna be this big, hacktivist overnight. No, this shit takes years. I'm not gonna lie to y'all guys. It's not something that happens overnight. It's just not.
Teach me
There's
Facebook.
no
I mean,
way.
shit. If you want to be real about it,
Well, Edward, I'm always real. You can ask
look.
my
If
whole
you want to be
family
real about it,
I'm real
you
as
can
fuck.
you can be a very skilled hacker. You're breaking into all these systems everywhere, but dude, it could be 2 years of you doing that like almost every day before you even find anything worth mentioning or like worth leaking somewhere. Like I mean,
Thank you, Jordan. Thank
it's
you.
so hit or miss that like yeah, it's definitely not going to happen overnight. And just because you have the skills doesn't mean you're going to make a difference in anything. Like you could waste
Well,
your life away
look,
coming through
Edward,
servers that
look
you
how
break
many of us.
into and fucking turn up shit.
Right. I mean, we do a lot of things. I mean, we have. I mean, you already know what we're capable of and who we have and what we're about. But I don't have to explain that to you. But look, this is going to be a never-ending battle. Okay, it's just not. It's going to be forever until the online hacktivists and boots on the ground and we all get together.
Yeah,
Unless
no
we
doubt,
do that,
no doubt.
Unless we do that, look, we can keep continuously fight, and that's cool, and we can keep preaching the fucking word. I hate to use preaching because it sounds like fucking church, but we can keep speaking the truth. I should say that should be a better terminology rather than preaching the word, because I don't preach shit, and I definitely don't believe in a church, but look, we all fight, and there's people that talk the talk, but there's only a few that walk the fuck walk. And
that's right.
And that's the fucking truth, Edward. I mean, people talk a good game, but are you really about what you talk about? That's the fucking thing. And if not, then at least try to learn. If you're gonna talk that talk, then at least learn how to fucking walk or crawl, and do something small.
Hey, right there. I like the way you worded that. You said learn how to walk, because there's a lot of people that think they walk in and they're not. Like,
right.
I know people that we're on the way to a Standing Rock event, against the pipeline, and here they are pulling into the Marathon gas station to fuel up my fucking car, man.
Right. Look at,
and I'm like, whoa, different gas station. No, not happening.
Do the
Like,
research what gas station you're using. Where are they getting that gas from? What gas lines are? What pipelines are they using? Where are they getting the gas from? Look at it. If
you want to get real on that note, there is no good gas station to get your gas from.
Well, absolutely, but there's better.
You really got to get with the ones. You got to find the ones that have personally pissed you off, and then go with the other ones, I guess. Like,
yeah, that's
like, I try to stay away from anything connected to DAPL, Shell, and BP, and then after that, I'm just
Exxon
like,
too. Let's not forget about Exxon.
See, I don't even try to avoid Exxon, because it's like at that point it's like, man, I guess I'm done after this tank.
Well, how about this, Edward? How about we just become fucking like some places in Europe and just learn how to ride a fucking bike, or let's skateboard.
I would love to be about that, but I definitely can't ride a bike across the country.
Well, I mean, there was a
Not
guy
in a timely fashion to get to the protest in DC.
We had an anonymous brother. For the Tyler, correct me if I'm wrong, please, because Tyler, I know you probably know about this. It was about the voiceless, about the animals. He did the bike run over Europe, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know about that one.
Really?
No.
It's an anonymous brother, and he did a bike run for the voiceless for the animals. And because about some brothers are we have brothers and sisters that are on the vegetarian tip that are against all animal abuse, and eating animal. And he did a bike run in Europe, and he went. Edward, you talking about you can't, bro. You can do what you can do whatever you want.
Well, no, I'm not saying that I couldn't ride a bike. Like if I just picked up a bike and that was my goal, was to ride a bike across the country. Yeah, that's a different story.
Right.
But I do a lot of traveling with activism and stuff. I mean, all over the place. But being so big on anti-oil, I'm always thinking about where the oil is coming from, the gas station I'm pumping at, or
right.
And, when I went and bought my car, I got the best gas mileage I could physically get, and dude, my car is on par with a what is that hybrid? The Prius. I test drove a Prius, and then I got the Honda Civic, and the gas mileage is pretty much the same.
The technology, like I've told in the other shows, the technology to get off.
Can you give our viewers some pointers on gas that they can get from rather than Exxon?
Hydrogen fuel injection will actually increase if you get a hydrogen on demand system on any car. You just put it into the oxygen intake valve.
What is it called?
It's called hydrogen on demand, and basically your alternator is hooked up to two electrodes in a. What, am I getting too technical?
No, you're not.
I dropped the lighter into this. Sorry, I was freaking out.
No.
He dropped the lighter into the
alternator
toilet.
has these leads that go into two water tanks, and then you put a little bit of baking soda in there to for the connections to work a little better. And essentially,
you have a
tube that goes back into the injection part of the intake, and you get a cleaner burn. And in fact, you start getting insane gas mileage. And what the normal car would get 20 miles to a gallon, you're not getting 40.
Guys, are y'all smashing on Clash Royale, or y'all playing fucking Black Ops 3 or Infinite Warfare?
The technology is out there right now for hydrogen fuel cells, but
multitasking.
I've only seen it in parts of LA and stuff like that, for hydrogen fuel cell cars. Now, the reason the oil companies do not want you to know about
I looked into where they had fueling stations for that, and the only places I saw was out in LA and San Francisco, and maybe I want to say Atlanta, but I'm not sure.
But the thing is, here's the fucking funny part, right? You know how much it's practically fucking free to make your own fuel, and the thing is fucking electric. What it has is a proton exchange membrane. There's oxygen going at one point, hydrogen going at another. The proton.
Oh yeah. But now you're getting technical. Now you're getting super technical, Tyler. Sorry, you're getting technical for people. Another brand is late. In some places early, and others you're getting a little technical. I know what you're personally talking about. I do, but some of the viewers and everything, they're like, "Hold on, what the hell?"
Well, here's the funny thing is that I worked with my cousin. Right when biodiesel was still out in the still not really well known about, and we were taking canola oil from local restaurants out in the middle of the boondocks, and bringing it out to the ranch and refining it.
Hey,
and
Tyler,
selling the systems.
George, I'm sorry, Tyler, real quick. George said he dropped his email and our messages. If you could check real quick, please.
What is the?
I think in Namas Base Back messages.
I'm not seeing it.
If you look on our page,
it's
please,
not on there.
It's not. George, if you can resend it to Anonymous Bites Back,
or just send it to my inbox,
or send it to Tyler's inbox. Yeah, he said look in the note. Oh, he said look in the notes on the Facebook page, guys. I dropped my email there.
No,
George wants to get on. He wants to. He got a lot of information, especially on this topic on hydroelectric and everything like that as well.
Oh man.
So if you can just take a second, please.
George
Sorry
just
to interrupt.
inboxed me.
Yeah. He brought his email for his Gmail account to get into our chat, and I would love to have our brother on and talk about some of this.
I'm not seeing it.
George, if you could resend it, brother, please resend it. either to Anonymous Bites Back or Tyler himself, please, and we
Just
can
send
get
it to
you
my
in.
just send it to my personal one.
Yeah, send it to his personal one, and we'll get you on. I would love to hear what you got to talk about this, because I know this is another subject that you have that you're very well informed about. And
I'm just messaging him right now.
yeah, there you go. Thank you, Tyler. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, brother. I really didn't. Sorry about that. I just saw the message from George on the chat when I looked online, and I saw that.
Yeah, but
sorry,
I remember
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Shell Oil shot down the making of the hydrogen. But essentially, what Shell wanted to do is they wanted to
yeah, they said that there wasn't enough profit in it.
No, they said it was too costly to make it, and they shot it down. But the thing is, all you need is water and electricity. And if you want to compress it, then you're going to need a
I'll
compressor.
show it to you. Don't worry. Just wait till after tonight.
Hold on, I'm adding him into the
What
chat.
is Norma? Norma, what do you got to say, sis? I haven't heard from you in a while.
She's gone.
Oh, Norma's gone?
Yep.
Oh, Preston, you're with us. Preston, you got any information? You got something to add to this or what? Well, Tyler's working.
No, man, I ran out my stories earlier.
Is that what you're doing? I didn't even know you was with us.
But
brother.
yeah, no,
Sorry.
essentially,
What's up, brother,
these things, there were a lot of complaints saying that, hydrogen fuel cell cars, or what you would call, they use now a hydrogen fuel stack, which is like a bunch of them, so you get more bang for your buck. They're saying that this thing was explosive. I'm like, well, gasoline's pretty fucking explosive, hydrogen's fucking explosive. There really is no safe, safe way of fucking, any safe fuel that's out there. But what I'm saying is that, this fuel is safe to the environment, and essentially your byproduct from using a hydrogen fuel cell is what's coming out the exhaust is gonna be water, steam,
right?
vapor.
Tammy, can I get some of that bacon, please? I just Tammy, sorry, Tyler. Just Tammy said she had bacon, or he said he had bacon for supper. I want some bacon too. Shit. Can I get some of that bacon, please? I'd like a BLT if you can make me one. Thank you. And just send it to my email, and I'll eat it via Skype or whatever, or via Gmail.
Are you okay?
Yo, no, I'm perfectly fine. It just said bacon, and bacon sounds really good right now. I haven't eaten dinner, and I'm starving right now, So I'm just like, damn, bacon does sound
What are you
good.
talking about bacon?
Oh, because Tammy, Dispain in the chat, man. He or she. Sorry, I don't know if it's a female or male. I don't.
What chat? Where are you, man?
I'm online, and I'm looking at people speaking on the chat.
What chat?
On Anonymous Bites Back. Oh my God!
On the
Tyler.
comment section?
On the Facebook page?
Thank you, Edward. Yes, the comment section. I mean, you said, bro.
Weren't you banned from Facebook?
Bro, I'm on my daughter's fucking Facebook page right now.
I'm like, what are you
Go ahead,
talking
laugh
about?
at me. Go ahead, laugh at me. Yes, I'm on my daughter's fucking.
I always laugh at you.
Yes, I had to look. Yes, of course. Naturally, I gotta get on Facebook.
Dude said he didn't have any socks. Look at him now, man. He's on his kid's account. That is the ultimate sock, man.
This is my real daughter's account, brother.
That is the ultimate sock.
That's good OPSEC there.
Hey, that is great. If I don't have my daughters, I got my sons.
Seriously,
If I don't have my
guys, we're all
sons, I
high
got
on
my son's
LSD
friends.
on this show. We're all high. This doesn't make any sense.
I use real people, and I go to different people's accounts. You see, that's what I got. I don't need to. I don't need a photo crop or nothing. I go everywhere. I'm just. He's on. Look, Tammy said I'm on my fake account. Yeah, you're right, Tammy. I am on my fake fucking account. Now, where's my bacon? My bacon. I want my bacon too. Shit. Fuck out of here. Shit. If you're gonna scream me out about I'm on my fake account, well, I want my bacon, damn it. That's it. Make me a sandwich.
Oh.
Don't complain.
Yeah, so somebody
that was
was talking
another
about
meme.
a propane converter. Yeah, you know what I have? There was a guy, out there, and they're using it for the Bloom box now. Now the Bloom box, I'm kind of like confused about. I think somebody's talking about a propane converter, easily installed, a long time. Now,
Yo. Oh, I'm sorry, not you
But-
guys. Yo, come on.
but
She's sleeping. She's laying down. It's late.
the
all
Bloom
right?
box
Come on,
is another
chill.
alternative.
I'm not trying to hear the shit tomorrow.
Is another alternative,
For real.
an
I
energy
appreciate
source,
that.
and essentially what it's doing is the same thing that a hydrogen fuel cell will do. But I think that they've also perfected the technology to the point where they're using.
Danielle, thank you very much. I appreciate that bacon. Sorry, Tammy, I can't go to Iowa. I'm on the East Coast, love.
Who are you talking to?
Oh my God, here we go again, bro. I'm on the chat, okay? I'm on the chat. People talking to me, man. All right, I got a bacon sandwich right here with bacon. Don't you see it, Danielle C. Brown? She sent me bacon. I love you. Mwah. Much love, sis. Thank you for the bacon sandwich. I appreciate that. Tammy wants me to travel to fucking Iowa for bacon. I know probably your pigs are good over there and shit, but I got Smithfield over here. We're doing just perfectly fine, and Danielle is just sending me a bacon sandwich already. You see, that's the type of woman that I need in my life. She's automatically sending me a fucking bacon sandwich. Sorry, Tyler. You're saying what the fuck, but if you read the comments, you're gonna see they sending me bacon sandwiches and shit, and Tammy wants me to go to Iowa. No, I'm sorry, I can't. All right, just send it to me. That's it. Tyler's all fucked up. He's like, what the hell? Just read the fucking comments. That's it. That's all you gotta do.
But no,
there aren't any.
You're talking
Hey,
about
there aren't any
hydrogen, and
better
I want
comments
bacon.
to be. Look, there aren't any better comments that can be engaged besides shit about bacon. I mean,
yeah,
Bacon
Daddy's
sandwiches.
saying, why is the CIA knocking at the door? That's what Daddy's saying.
But no, I'm trying to talk about hydrogen and
Sorry, Tyler. I'm sorry. I just received my bacon. I was pretty fucking happy, bro. I was ecstatic. Sorry.
But no, I believe the Bloom box.
Danielle said, "Here, Tyler. Here's yours too." Tyler
but no, the Bloom box
Danielle
is essentially
sent you
using
a bacon sandwich too.
propane on one end and hydrogen on the other, or oxygen on the other. Essentially creating the same thing. But I've also seen other videos on the Bloom box where they're using a form of silicon and something else to create. It's some sort of other fuel cell where it's creating an electrical current on some other mundane means. And the guy who made this thing is was working for NASA. And they were trying to use this technology to
that's what that means.
Create terraforming for Mars.
Bacon, they're sending me bacon sandwiches because
essentially to
bacon. So bacon sandwich. So they're sending me bacon through email through our chat. That's what that means.
So essentially, it was trying to convert the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere into breathable oxygen, but it never flew off the ground. So the guy was using the same technology for power sources. But the technology is out there. For alternative fuel sources, alternative energy sources. They're not entirely out of our reach. Are they cheap? No. But could they be? Yes.
Micah, yes, bacon. Let's talk about bacon for a second, guys. Can we do that real quick? Hydrogen bacon. Can we do hydrogen bacon, Tyler?
What?
Bro, just follow me, man. Come on.
That would be a saturated fat.
Would be a saturated fat, but isn't bacon already saturated fat? I mean, come on. Yes,
Well,
Micah, bacon. Hashtag bacon. Yes, let's do a hashtag bacon. Awesome.
Saturated and unsaturated.
Sorry, I'm reading comments and I'm just talking to our crowd, man. I love these guys. Yes, Micah. Yes, Mike Flores. Yes, fucking hashtag bacon. Let's start it. Let's do it. That's it. Tomorrow. I can't get on Facebook, but tomorrow start hashtag bacon. That's it. Sorry, guys.
That's not Islamic friendly.
What did you say?
It's not Islamic friendly.
Well, I mean, we
Islamic
can't please
brothers.
everybody. We can't please everybody now, can we? We're in America. Well, at least I am. In America, you know, we can't believe. Yes, yes, George, save the fucking bacon. Yes, roast them. Oh my God, I can't say that out loud. Yeah, George, I agree with you, brother. We gotta get George on. I love him. I fucking love George. I love George Rosetta, man. He's the fucking man. Absolutely. Sorry. I'm tripping right now on myself. Yes, I apologize, guys.
Yeah.
I don't mean to. Look, Tyler got stuck. Sorry, Tyler. I didn't mean to get you stuck, brother. Just yo, I love these guys. I love these people, man. They're awesome. Yes. Tomorrow, Tyler, hashtag
What?
bacon on everything. Hashtag bacon on everything. You hear me? I can't get on Facebook till Thursday, bro. Did you get George's email?
Yeah.
Oh, you did. Did you add him?
Yep.
Oh, awesome. So George, your email's added. So George, whenever you're ready, brother. Yeah, Danielle, you're right. We kill him with kindness and we kill him with bacon. Absolutely. Yeah. George, your email is added. So come on. Let's go. Let's talk about hydrogen bacon and hashtag bacon for our people. Let me stop. Edward's like, man, what's up with Aaron? He's fucking crazy, right? No, I'm not crazy, man. I'm me. That's it. Sorry, Edward. I know we never spoke before, but don't be quiet. Don't be quiet. Quiet killed the cat. Yes, hashtag bacon. There you go, Danielle. You guys. Tyler, throw hashtag bacon on your profile, bro. That's it. We're starting it up. Tammy's like, kill the bacon. No, don't kill the bacon. Tammy, that's burnt bacon. We don't need burnt bacon, Tammy. We need perfectly browned, crispy bacon. We don't want to kill the bacon. Well, do we? Well, I guess it's technically that is killing the bacon. But free the bacon. Yeah. Free the bacon. Take that. That's a good hashtag. Free the bacon. Everybody's so quiet. Guys, you're not reading these fucking comments on the chat, bro. It's just hilarious. Like, literally. You gotta get like Danielle and Tammy is on point. George is too, man. Like, literally. You gotta get with it. Edward, get on the chat, bro. Get on the comments, Edward. Laugh. Hashtag bacon. Hashtag free the bacon. Yes. Hashtag kill the bacon. Absolutely. Matter of fact, I'm not gonna bullshit y'all. It's 12:48 right now, right? 12:48 in the morning where I'm at. I'm on the East Coast. I'm in Tampa, Florida, right? I got bacon defrosted, and I'm making bacon in the morning. I kid you not. I kid you
Check
not.
the comments. Check the chat.
Is it thick cut? Apple smoked?
It's Smithfield thick cut. Yeah, that's how we do down south, Preston. We do thick cut smoked bacon. That's what we do. Tyler's like, check the comments.
No.
Get George on, man. George needs to save the bacon. That's what George needs to do. Oh shit. This is hilarious. Tonight's funny. I like this. I'm glad I got on. Free the bacon, Tammy. That's hilarious. I love it. Aaron, you want bacon in the morning, right? Did I tell you want bacon in the morning? All right, y'all get bacon. Bacon's on me in the morning. Well, it is the morning, but when we wake up, how about that one? Well, all right. Don't be a smartass. It would be funny, right? Man, I love our viewers. Our viewers are so awesome. I really do. They're sending me bacon sandwiches. and everything. This is just awesome. Oh, Charles, yes. Charles, yeah, you're right. I like that, Charles. Yes. Kill ISIS with bacon. Absolutely. But you forgot the hashtag bacon, bro. I told you. Today's hashtag bacon day. Everything. Everything you guys post today on Facebook.
And then there was no bacon. So,
Oh man, this message brought to you by the Swine Council of America.
Jesus, like I want to be a fucking Muslim after hearing all that bacon shit.
I'm hungry. I don't know. A good bacon sandwich. That sounds good, man.
So, we were talking about free energy, better means of energy and travel specifically, which is one of the more difficult ones that we're going to have to get around for breaking oil. If you want to continue, Tyler.
Yeah. Sorry. No. Yeah. So what we were doing is we were what we were doing is we were taking out canola oil from places, normal restaurants that you would. This was like regular biodiesel, and when companies they want to get rid of their oil, they have to pay a disposal fee. So we were taking it from them. None of it was like kosher, and none of the stuff we're doing was entirely legit. But there were no real laws there. And then essentially we were installing these systems, and I got fired because I couldn't stay sober on the job, and my cousin, well, yeah, I mean, when you come into the job and you can barely fucking walk, and it tells you to go home after the fifth fucking time, that'll do it.
Yeah, bye.
Yeah, but I mean, God bless.
Well,
him.
you
He
meant
gave me
well.
a chance. Yeah, he gave me a chance, and so what happened is that they basically the government put him with all these fucking fines to the point where he couldn't he couldn't keep it up, and essentially, biodiesel is not a safer alternative, but it was a cheaper solution, But the technology out there for hydrogen fuel cells are out there right now. It's just
Yeah, I don't know a lot about how biodiesel works myself, but
you end up with
hydrogen. The hydrogen is really impressive, and I think it's like starting to catch on out in California and shit, where the gas is stupid expensive.
Hey, it's Loki.
Where's he been hiding?
Okay.
Did he join the call or?
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah, what up, brother?
Yeah, I'm
yeah,
just
somebody
here.
was saying biodiesel wasn't a good source. Yeah, I know, but it was a cheaper solution, but it wasn't environmentally friendly. But hydrogen is probably the way to go. Honestly, I mean, when you're dealing with especially electric cars, or those batteries with the lithium ion in there, there's no real safe way.
Do you know about the Tesla cars? What are they using?
I think
Is
it's
that
lithium
still
ion.
the lithium? Okay.
Yeah.
Just some really badass batteries, huh?
Well, the batteries are not the problem. The problem is the disposal of the batteries. It's like there's no real safe way to get rid of the fucking waste.
Like everything nowadays, it is designed to fail and be replaced. And these batteries do fail. Sometimes within 20,000, 30,000 miles. And, dude, those are fucking expensive to replace, first off. So you're like fucked if you have to do that. And, man, they just put them in landfills, and that shit just leaks everywhere. And that is not environmental friendly at all.
But they have you convinced that it is. That's the problem. The disposal, and then there's not enough lithium on the planet to keep this going for any length
That's
of
why
time.
I decided to go with a gas car instead of the electric car, because I was getting the electric cars. Man, you can't do long distance travel in those. First off, you just can't do that. I can't be stopping to recharge for 5 hours every 200 miles. I'd never get where I was fucking going. And the ones that take gas too, you're getting like, when you average in the gas and the batteries, you're looking at like 40 to 45 miles out of a gallon, and that's what I'm getting off of my straight gasoline engine. But I mean, I guess it's like a 3 or 4 cylinder with a turbocharger. So like, I mean, it really just doesn't use that much gas. Like, we just got all the way from Mississippi to DC on like $45 in gas.
Wow, that's pretty good.
And I'm getting almost like maybe like a mile or two less a gallon driving around town and in the city and stuff. Like not even much less of enough to make a difference.
No, they're saying that
they're improving the gasoline at cars at a better rate than we're making alternatives to the gasoline cars.
Right. Yeah, you have all that secondary. You have essentially 2 systems. You have an electric system and a gas system on these hybrids. I mean, it's not. Maybe it's that interim zone, but you got to pick one or the other. One of them needs to be the obvious way to go.
Like when the hybrids use gas, they're using, like, say the gas part would probably be more like you're getting like 80 or 90 miles to the gallon out of the gas part, or maybe I'm getting that backwards. Like, fuck, I'm high. Yeah, I'm probably getting that backwards. It's probably along the lines of like the battery is what's upping that gas mileage, and you're getting really like low gas mileage and like burning the fuck out of the fuel. But I mean, when it does that blend, it just doesn't get you around. And fucking driving around town, you're really gonna burn it up because you're in those lower gears, and that's where it's using the gasoline more, is in those lower gears, getting you up to speed. And like, oh man, it's got to be murder driving a fucking Prius around town, and like you thought you were so smart getting a Prius. Oh, I'm getting shittier gas mileage than the car I had before now.
Didn't we have like something, some show or whatever with the guy who invented the water fueled car, or was that something else? That was in like the 80s.
There's been quite a few water filled cars over time.
This guy I think he was onto something, and he ended up getting shut down by big corporations. But he actually he developed a car that was a fuel cell that ran by water, and it would basically separate the hydrogen and oxygen and use that for fuel. And I mean, you could use seawater or whatever if you want.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, look it up.
Well, I mean, I saw a recent YouTube video that was uploaded within the last couple years of a guy with a water ran car, and like, you know, he shows off pretty intricately how it works, and, you know, drinks out of the hose before he sticks it in the tank and fills his car up and shit. So, you know, assuming it wasn't, you know, a giant ruse, but I mean, it really didn't look like this dude had done a lot of fucking modifications to this car. But, you know, just like, I believe it was in India. But yeah, and it really seems like you can apply this to almost any car, and all of a sudden you're running water instead of gas.
It's pretty easy to do. I mean, when I was a kid, I was taking the old Nintendo plugins. You know, like, I don't know if it's 14 or 16 volt or whatever plugins, but you split the wires and put them in water and put a balloon over it, and over time it'll separate the hydrogen from the oxygen and fill the balloon up, and you have a balloon full of hydrogen. So, I mean,
Nice.
that's just playing around as a kid. So, I don't know. I'm only on here for a second. I'm kind of in a weird position. I just got to Montana. I'm staying with some friends and stuff. I'm gonna try to get Montana.
So is everybody on from their car?
Yeah, pretty much.
Ridiculous. Hell, that guy kept talking about multitasking, man. I'm like doing that to the extreme over here. I'm like editing video footage from the fucking rally and like fucking rendering that shit out, trying to upload it to fucking YouTube from the laptop in the fucking car.
I haven't been on a whole lot lately. Have we talked about the march for May 1st?
You know what? We
a little bit last time, maybe.
yeah, but let's talk about that again, because that's something that's going to be really, really important.
Yeah, there is. I mean, almost everybody that's an activist is doing something for May 1st. I mean, it should be big everywhere, and like we should really be shutting some shit down. Like, dude, no work.
It's always big everywhere.
Take your kids out of school. Like, shut it down, man. Shut it down.
It's always big everywhere. It'd be nice to have another anonymous march, and it seems to coincide like within 6 months. You know.
Well, I'm looking at a good location to go for May Day myself. I mean, you know, DC is always an option. That's a pretty good go-to for me. It's an easy trip. But yeah, somewhere there, you know, several cities there's going to be big events.
Well, Boise, I don't know how big Boise is going to be, but we're organizing right now, and we're definitely going to have a presence there and stuff. Our Million Mask March in Boise this year was phenomenal. It was pretty
Nice.
good. And Boise's not a big city, so it was pretty impressive. But
that's good to hear.
That's when the workers and the anarchists all get together and, you know, raise a little bit of hell and stuff. So,
well,
it's a good day to do it.
this year it's going to be much bigger than that. All these resistance groups have now caught on to this, and like, you know, now all these small pockets of resistance are turning towards a lot of anarchist outlets. So, you know, they're pushing May Day. So, like, a lot of the anarchist influence is getting spread pretty broad. Black Lives Matter has picked this up as well. So, I mean, there's going to be a lot of boycotting, a lot of nobody working, a lot of people in the streets. I mean, everywhere. And, I mean, honestly, if you're listening right now and you just can't up and take off work, you got over a month. Go ahead and schedule May 1st on what it is. I'm over here saying this is probably on a fucking weekend.
And if if there's nothing going on, organize local. You have a month to do it. You know, just start promoting and getting people together and working on it.
I mean, and it doesn't have to be a protest. I mean, go out and educate people that you can interact with in the real world at the grocery store parking lot. See who you can influence that day to, instead of buying their food from Walmart, go to the local farmers market and get some real food, and boycott some shit. Explain the movement of striking on this day, and see who you can influence and educate people about what it affects and how to organize strikes. I mean, anything. You don't have to be in front of a government building waving a sign. There's a lot of people that aren't comfortable with that. I mean, activism goes, and I mean, hell, any form. Active is the key word there. You're doing something. I mean, get out and do something. Get online and post about it. And, the bigger it is, and especially the more people that, I mean, even if just take a day off of work, enjoy yourself, go to the lake, go fishing, have a beer. Just don't go to work. That's one of the really big key things is the general strike of the May Day is no work. And those kind of actions have economical impacts. That in itself gets your voice heard a lot more effectively than waving a sign in front of a government building. Because they know what the problem is. I promise that. They know what the problem is already. You're not telling them anything they don't know.
Yeah, you're just making some noise and drawing
when
a bit
you
more
don't
attention.
go to work because you're mad about those problems, you're showing them that you're going to do something they don't expect, that they can't control, that hurts them more than anything as you stop that slave labor. And one day of massive workforce stoppage, that shit has major impact.
It does. I'm gonna have to bounce real quick. If we're doing a show tomorrow, though, I might have a guest or two, or whatever. Just local.
Right on.
Whatever.
Are you in Montana for any activist shit, or just like friends?
I'm actually in Montana for work for the month. But I hit up Montana and Anonymous Montana.
Oh, nice.
I'm gonna be meeting up with them tomorrow. And
I think the next show's Tuesday, Loki.
Then we can do that Tuesday. I'll talk with them and see what's up. It would be nice to, get different states and different groups together and.
Yeah, I'm trying to rotate a lot of people out on this. I'll see about getting John on tomorrow night. There's a lot of activity revolving around Ferguson right now, so it'd be a good time to have him on. I mean, he wants to come on one thing and talk about this festival he's putting together, which I'm really excited about, for a gathering of like truth music and truth related art. Like that's not something you can find in the music scene as a big gathering, and a wonderful opportunity for us as a community of people, like activists, anons, anarchists, anti-GMO, whatever, to come together and get to know each other and connect on a more personal level and form, relationships that we can take back out into this fight. So I'm definitely excited about that shit. And shit's getting heated in Ferguson after the release of the new videotape relating to the Mike Brown incident. It basically shows they fabricated the story of a robbery and then hid the evidence that would prove otherwise. I don't know if you guys caught that, but how that situation played out the night before, he came into the store and traded a bag of weed for 2 boxes of cigars. and then left them at the store to come back and pick up in the morning. And he came back and got them, and that's when they said he robbed the store, when he came back and just got what was already his.
Yeah, I know I've heard that story, and I've seen some other things that maybe that tape that they're using is edited itself. You know, I really don't know anymore. It's hard to tell what's real and fake on that one, and you know, even that story, you know, I have to question. I mean, so you're going to admit to illegal activity and
well, see, that's the thing.
I mean, come on.
Is the store was trying to hide it as well because they were involved in that illegal activity, and that was more important than, you know, that could have been the difference between an indictment at that point in time, because, you know, they heavily revolved on the fact that he robbed that store as justification for the cop shooting him, which, like, the cop didn't even know anything about the robbery.
Yeah, that's separate, honestly. I mean, whatever encounter they had at the end is what finally did them in. You know, they're not going to. Well, they will shoot and kill you for a robbery nowadays, but you know, it's still unlikely. But that whole story, you know, of trying to selling drugs at the store and all that. I mean, I just have to question that. I don't know. I wish.
I don't know. Have you watched? Did you actually watch the tapes?
Yeah, I have a little bit of it, but then I was warned also that tape is edited, and they're leaving stuff out that. So I don't know. You know,
I mean, it could be, but based on what was shown, I mean, it definitely, because I was more so doubting it before I saw the tape. But, you know, after seeing it, I don't know. Like, the guy definitely gives them weed, and he definitely hands them cigars, and then he hands them back and then leaves the store. But,
yeah, why do you leave your blunts at the store? I mean, you know what I mean? That story doesn't make sense.
I mean, I don't know. There could be all kind of reasons for that, really.
Stick them in your pocket and you move on. You don't leave stuff there. That's just stupid shit, man. Really.
I mean, he may very well have had a you know, long-term existing relationship with these store owners. You know, in smaller towns, that tends to be the case. Like, you know, when I go to a gas station around where I live, I have one gas station that I go to, and, like, you know, I know everybody that works there. The owner knows me, and, like, but, you know, who knows? But
yeah, no, I don't have any way of checking any of that.
I do like what you said, though, that, you know, that you don't know what's real and what's not, and that's what they, and when I say they, you know, the powers that be, the elite, the you know, the head politicians, all of them, and they that's what they want for everything. They don't, you know, they want people that when they wake up, you know, even people that are, like, super awake, when something happens, to just be questioning everything and to just be sitting there like, you know, I don't know what's real in that situation. I don't know what really happened. I don't know what's really going on. I don't know what the truth is.
Yeah. Yeah, if it's something if you can get there and double check and talk to people, then you get a whole lot better feel. But I mean, who can do all that? And I mean, there's so many incidences everywhere.
I mean,
it's tough.
That is very true. And, like, even, I mean, you know, I like to think I'm pretty fucking awake, and I have a pretty good idea of what's going on. But, like, you know, even following alternative media and, like, you know, just hearing everything on social media, and you think you've got a pretty good idea on what's going on in a situation, and then, like, I'll show up at that situation, and I'm completely blown away by how exponentially different it is. Even, like, I mean, hell, you can watch live streams of shit and, you know, think you're getting a pretty good idea. But, you know, that's only what that camera is showing and can hear. Like,
yeah.
And even if it's a legitimate journalist, that's where they are. You know, they might be somewhere worse or better than what the majority of the situation is, or you know, it's very perspective oriented what you're even seeing in the raw uncut shit. You know, you might think you have a good idea watching that, and you'd be surprised to find out that you still don't know what the fuck is going on.
Right, because you mean the camera gets turned on, but you have no idea what happened before that. Any preceding, you know, unless they've turned it on long before, you know, the encounter. There's a lot of tricks there.
I mean, hell, even, you know, that's what I do in a lot of my traveling is I'm there filming a lot of this stuff, and like when I go through footage, like I'll have so much stuff that's like, I don't remember shooting this. Where the hell was this at? Like, what the hell is even going on here? Like, you know, people, I can imagine if you're just doing that 24/7 and you've got hard drives of fucking footage. I mean, hell, you could accidentally fucking mix some shit up that could completely change a fucking scenario. Like, even getting shit out of order could, you know, exponentially change what people's perspective on that situation would be.
Right. Yeah, that's what you often see.
Think about those movies that have the time sequence just like severely chopped up. Like Pulp Fiction, man. The first time you watch Pulp Fiction is bouncing through the timeline all over the place, and you're like so confused. Like, just imagine real world events, and you get a clip shuffled and like in video footage of like a shooting that you happen to capture. Like, whoa, you just completely changed everything because of some footages in different order. You know, I mean, shit. But I mean, I do encourage everybody at some point to get out there somewhere where some shit's going down. Hell, go observe a pretty dangerous, tense situation from afar. You know, go watch these riots from a fucking balcony somewhere or something. Like, you know, it's not what it's portrayed as anywhere.
And one thing's for sure, what you're usually seeing on the regular channels is twisted. That much you can almost be assured of.
Those journalists aren't going to even be in a place where they can't get something that they can't use for their agenda.
Yeah, they're going to spin it somehow. Or demonize, diminish. There's several techniques they can use to change the wording.
Oh my God,
and
when
diminish
people
the
get
story.
pepper sprayed, the first thing a mainstream media journalist wants to do is throw their camera like 2 inches from this person who can't even fucking see. And they're like, oh my God, can you tell me about how you just got pepper sprayed? And it's like, can you move? We're trying to pour like milk in this dude's eyes. Like, I mean, I had to like push people away during the inauguration, like mainstream media journalists trying to stick their phones and camera in people's faces that were like, I mean, this pepper spray they were using was pretty fucking serious too. And like, dude, that is the last thing you need. And you know, they're just there for that footage. And you know, like, oh, somebody's breaking a window, man. They're definitely going to crowd around that. But, you know, where were the journalists when the police, you know, the mainstream media journalists, with the inauguration events, for example, where were they when activists had to pull like a 70-year-old woman out of a crowd that ran away, and like this lady's like left behind with her walker and shit, and then like the police pepper spray the old lady, and then like so like activists had to like turn around and pull her out of the crowd, and then they pepper spray the entire crowd of activists and the old lady again. And then, like, in the chaos, they pepper spray an infant child, like, straight in the fucking face. Where was this on the mainstream media? Because that would make the police look bad.
Oh yeah, can't have
But
that.
you know, these black masked people, and you know, people that look like they've been part of the riots getting pepper sprayed. That's, oh yeah, let's definitely get that footage. Police arresting people, let's get that footage. Where's the mainstream media when we're being peaceful? When there's no riot cops out to provoke us and we're being nice, just trying to get our voices heard. They're nowhere to be found.
Yeah, it's not their job. They don't want you to be heard. You're nobody anyway, right? You're just a slave in America.
No, that's
Slave.
not news. That's not news when
Slave land.
when you got like 200 people rallying outside the White House because we're still calling, you know, government child trafficking fake news. So it's definitely not news that you know, people are still rallying for this. Of course not. It's definitely not going to be news when this Jewish community comes together tomorrow to, well, I don't know, they sound like they're going to get a little rowdy to go shut down some Trump events, so that actually might make the news. But, you know, again, that's what it takes. You know, where was the mainstream media in Ferguson? Twisting it, making this cop look like a hero.
Yeah, that
They
was
didn't even want to cover. They didn't even want to cover the protest until they started burning shit. Then it was like, oh, fire! We're on the way.
Yeah, alt media was doing a lot better job on that one at the time, anyway.
That's how I got to know a lot of the people that I hang out with today. Was I started following them during the Ferguson events. Like people I associate with online, people I meet up with at all these events I've been going to, and like, hopefully one of these days we're gonna actually come together as a community and form our own, you know, solid group of alternative media that's really out there busting ass, like presenting the truth, getting it out there to you as best as possible.
Well, it's a
Guess
lot
it'd be
better
like-
now with these cameras. You know, people having cameras, and you know, all the eyeballs and cameras that are out there. It makes it a lot nicer, in a way. You know, to get information out.
Oh well, I got a nice setup now. I got the camera, the phone for live streaming, and the GoPro, and like I can hit like 3 angles at once. But I mean, like everybody's out there, and like, you know,
Yeah.
dude, every rally, it's like probably like 30% are journalists, but like 50% of the people are recording and or live streaming. But like, yeah, at least half of them are like getting it out there on the internet, and a good chunk of them are like, you know, citizen journalists, independent journalists. Hell, the whole front lines is like, and that's why you always hear it's like police pepper spray 12 journalists, because that's who was on the fucking front. They're standing between the police and the protesters trying to get the fucking money shot. And they're the ones that get their asses beat, arrested, pepper sprayed, their cameras confiscated. And, I mean, yeah, being someone that does that, yeah, it's... when that action's happening, you can't help but be drawn to, like, right there, man. You want to get the closest, bestest shot you can find.
Yeah, and of course you're right where it all starts. They don't, you know what they don't like nowadays, you know, they don't mind the mainstream media folks there, you know, as long as they're card-carrying, state-run media people. But if you're a journalist, well, even if you're not a journalist, if you're a hacktivist, or some kind of alt media that's working, with the organization, they don't like that. You don't get this. You don't get to send that message and be a journalist in that sense.
Right? What am I going to say? Who are you with? Anon Resistance News? I don't like anything about that name. You're going to jail.
Yeah, that's not CBS. So yeah, you get thrown in a cage. All your shit gets caved in for you.
Excuse me.
Because you're not state-run media.
Well, I use this event as reference a lot because it's so good to contrast everything. When they tried to kettle most of the black bloc, and they rounded up about 150 of them in that kettle. Oh my God, this sumbitch is fucking calling me again. So,
Oh, you were talking about black bloc getting kettled?
Okay, yeah. I was making sure I was still on. So this
Just
guy
6 minutes.
is fucking blowing my phone the fuck up. Alright, so yeah, they rounded the black bloc up, and it turned out to be mostly journalists and shit, and medics and media, and legal observers and shit like that. But the only media that they let out was credentialed media that was through the Associated Press, and they were only giving out, this is Trump's inauguration, they're only giving out people passes that they're going to put the story out that they want. So everybody without that press pass that were I view them as legitimate journalists. Nope. Right the fuck out, into jail. Footage confiscated, cameras confiscated, phones confiscated, everybody. But hell, reckon I'm gonna have to end it on that note. I'm down to 1% battery.
Oh no, that's good timing. You almost made it.
Right? But shit, if you guys want to watch, I'm gonna be live streaming tomorrow. From the Op Exposed CPS page, the one with 14,000 likes. I'll be streaming the CPS rally, and then from the Anon Resistance page, it's called Anonymous Resistance Movement is the full name on the page. I'll be streaming the AIPAC anti-Trump Jew rally, which should be very interesting to see how that one goes.
Now, is that is AIPAC against Trump? Is that what you're saying?
No, AIPAC, Trump is all buddy with AIPAC.
Yeah, that's what I would figure. Yeah, so they're countering that. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, there's supposed to be an event that's Trump and AIPAC together, and the Jews are coming to shut it down. And they say it's going to be the biggest Jewish resistance event in DC ever, which there's been some pretty big ones, and if they live up to that, yeah, that's probably what I'm going to be streaming until that's over with.
Oh man.
Because that might get a little crazy.
Now, when you say Jewish resistance, that's resistance to Jews, not Jews.
No, that's Jews that are resisting Zionism.
Oh, really? Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So that's some super real shit. Can't nobody show up and call them anti-Semitic. Bitch, we are the real Jews. And I hate when people toss that term around because Semites include Arabs too, which includes Muslims. So Islamophobia is anti-Semitic. Y'all can take that one home with y'all tonight. Remember that shit.
I got you.
But yeah, it's gonna be an interesting day in DC tomorrow.
That will.
Hell, they had a anti-Trump rally in Philly yesterday that I didn't know about. No, today that I didn't know about that got real fucking wild. Police came and shut that shit down. And Black Bloc went fucking crazy.
Yeah, really? Yeah, I didn't see any of that.
Yeah, you should be able to. Fuck, I'll see if I can find it on Facebook and send it to you. Some anonymous page from Philadelphia. I don't remember which one. But yeah, they went crazy. Which
Philly.
people have been saying the resistance is calming down. No, it is not. Newsflash. It is fucking... It's still raging. The media is just ignoring it again.
Well, I do see that there seems to be a push behind the scenes, among the Democrats and the leftists in general to get a big push going here in the next month or so.
We got 2 minutes, guys. And Mika, for your information, you can only stream. How can I watch you live stream? Oh, Mika was talking to you, Ed. How can she watch you live stream on your Facebook page?
I have event pages on the Anon Resistance Facebook page. Tell Miko I'll hit him up. I'll hit him up when I get back to the hotel room and get a little bit more power on my phone.
Okay.
Or well, I guess he heard
Yeah,
that.
he heard that.
I don't know if we got cut off or not.
It's like a 15-second delay, so we still got another 30 seconds.
Word.
Well, let's thank everybody for listening again, Tyler, and look forward to seeing them next time and all those good things.
I will see you guys tomorrow.
And I'll see you on the IRC.
Right? Hell, I'm about to go get some more fucking food somewhere. Probably not at this expensive ass hotel restaurant.
You get a $45 plate.
Oh no, it wasn't that bad. It was like burgers and